Morning.
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 Okay, and we are live.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Durham City Council to order. We are here today to continue the budget retreat work that we have been doing. And I'll first ask Madam Clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freelon,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Middleton,
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, before I turn the meeting over to Bertha Johnson, I do want to let you know and let our staff know that we've had a loss for the city of Durham. Our former transportation director and a good friend to many of us, Mark Aronson, passed away a couple of nights ago. Mark was a wonderful transportation director for many years at the city of Durham, and I know that most of my colleagues were not on the council when Mark was still transportation director, but many of our staff and worked with him for quite a long time. And so I'd like to ask to please, can we now remember Mark with a moment of silence? Thank you. All right, colleagues, I'm now going to, we're going to begin the agenda, and I'm going to turn the floor over to Bertha Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to our third budget retreat of this fiscal year. We will have our last retreat tomorrow. So John is going to pull up the agenda, and I just want to just go over the agenda and also share with you or remind you of what we have coming up tomorrow. So today, of course, we have our opening remarks by our interim city manager, Wanda Page. We'll have employee compensation discussion. Hopefully we will have an hour will be sufficient for that discussion. We have our green and equitable infrastructure discussion at 10:30. We changed this item. And so when I sent you out the presentation yesterday, I added an updated agenda, which is the agenda you see before you today. We will have a break, hopefully, unless we over time and we need to press through if folks need to leave. And I guess, Mayor, if we are running over time, I guess that would be a good time to ask the question if people want to stay longer to get through all the presentations. Then we'll have a discussion on the city council budget request. We have a few slides, just reminding everyone of the process, and then the scores from individual city council members with totals, as well as the staff scores from the equity team. And we will have closing remarks. Tomorrow, we will have our 911 calls for service project presentation. We have about 2 hours scheduled for that presentation. It is a long presentation with lots of documents which you received with your package. And in the afternoon, we'll talk about the budget guidelines. I ask that you think about the previous presentations from the last 2 days, as well as what you hear today, and then what you're going to hear tomorrow morning before we make final decisions on the budget guidelines. As you may recall, the budget guidelines are specific in terms of what we do with pay and benefits, what we do with the tax rate, any other revenue adjustments on the expenditure side, any set asides, any allocations from fund balance, the tax rate number, as well as any other adjustments that we need to make or we need to have guidance around before we develop those guidelines. And so I will bring those guidelines back. That will be the last item on the agenda for tomorrow. So as you think through what you've heard, the last 2 retreats, as well as what you hear today, you can jot down notes, and I'm happy to send out last year's guidelines if you think that would be helpful, so you can see all the categories we need to finalize, or at least come to some agreement about draft guidelines that we will bring forward at a later date. So if you don't have any questions, I will turn it over to Wanda Page for opening remarks.
Thank you, Bertha. So good morning, Mayor Shaw, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, City Council members, city staff, and residents who may be tuned in today. As Bertha has just mentioned, budget retreat session number 3 has arrived, and it is a continuation of the previous 2 sessions. So it's just a bridge. We've just had a little break, but we're back for session number 3. And it is once again the staff, the administration's privilege to be able to spend the next 4 hours with you, presenting information reports. A lot of work goes in behind the scenes, getting these reports prepared. We try to be ready to respond to all your questions on the spot, but if we don't know the answer, we will certainly come back with it for you at a later time. And we really want to help facilitate your conversations when needed, because all of this conversation that will happen over the next 4 hours as well as tomorrow will really provide us the budget development guidance that we need when we come back in May with the recommendation to you for approval for our 2021-2022 fiscal year. So once again, thank you, Bertha and John, the budget department staff, the deputy city managers and department directors for really being the team that's always ready, always willing, and always able to bring new ideas to new situations, new ideas to old situations, and sometimes very quickly on the spur of the moment. But it's always with renewed focus on really our purpose. And our purpose is to develop a budget document that really brings the policy of the council and the organization alive. And it truly is designed to reflect the values of this great organization, as well as the community that we live in and we all love. Bertha has mentioned that today's agenda only has 3 topics, 3 main topics. And but just to reinforce, we do anticipate quite a bit of discussion on all 3, and we're ready for that discussion. I'll start, just briefly speaking on item 1, and as often as I can, I shout out the dedicated service of the city employees. This is certainly not a secret that one of my highest priorities for the final version of this year's budget recommendation is the inclusion of employee pay adjustments that really are reflective of the market conditions that we find ourselves in. I really want to make sure that we're able to retain benefits that support our employees' physical and mental health for both themselves and their families that they go home to every day, as well as fully funding and analyzing and making sure that we fully fund our safety needs, our personal protective equipment, any modifications that we need to make due to COVID-19 and present and in the days to come, because our employees that deliver this service to our community, they are absolutely essential to quality of life. So regardless of where they fall in the vaccine scheme, they are absolutely essential to the quality of life in this community. Over the last few weeks, Human Resources, along with others, have actually been working to analyze employee pay and market structures, and they have prepared some pay adjustment scenarios that will be presented for discussion today. As Bertha said, certainly our final decisions will not be made today because we want, everything that we have to present to you to be considered, along with, other things that we may bring back to you before the final decisions are made. And certainly every successful organization must regularly evaluate its long-term growth strategy. So I'm moving to topic 2 now. And today is just one of those days. And we certainly are prepared to begin a discussion on how and when we might increase our capacity for new capital investment. In this particular space, it is with the focus on what would be more our strategic plan goal of a sustainable and natural built environment. Sometimes we'll focus in other areas, but that is where we will be focused today for that presentation that Deputy Manager Ferguson will make. And then we will conclude the day discussing the City Council budget priorities, and we'll be poised for that discussion as well. We all have 4 hours ahead of us, and I don't want to take up too much of that time because I certainly want us to be able to have a break during that time. But at this moment, if Regina is ready, I will turn the meeting over to her to get us started with our pay and benefits presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I am Regina Youngblood, Interim Deputy City Manager for Administrative and Support Services. Together with JJ Scott, the Interim Director of Human Resources, we will be discussing the Employee Compensation Plan. Next slide, please. So first I want to talk about why we adjust compensation. We do that for many different reasons. We do it to reward employee performance. We do it to retain valued employees. We do it to attract new employees to the organization. And sometimes we adjust compensation because we want to correct for inequities. And following a plan helps to ensure consistency. So before we get into the scenarios, next slide, I'd like to talk briefly about the history of employee compensation within the city of Durham for context. So in 2008, the city embarked upon an ambitious compensation and classification study for its general employees, meaning those that are not in the public safety realm of police and fire. That compensation plan was developed and it was never fully implemented. So what do I mean? We were at that time in the city embarking on the Great Recession at the time. And so finances were uncertain, just as finances are uncertain at this time. And so a decision was made to fund half of the pay plan and to give employees half of the raise that they were expecting. And then they were going to fund, the city was going to fund the next half in the next fiscal year. But unfortunately, the recession deepened and the city was never able to fund the second half of that pay plan. So that caused some angst and consternation for our employees. And over the years, because revenues were still down for some time, the pay plan that was put in place in 2008 was never adequately maintained. Moving forward to 2017, the city conducted a police and fire pay plan study, and structures were put in place that helped us to get more competitive with the market for police and fire pay. We embarked on a step plan for both police and fire, and those structures were going to be adjusted. The plan was to adjust those structures every other year. Unfortunately, the 2019 pay plan for general employees took a little bit longer than we expected. So the police and fire pay plans were scheduled to be maintained in 2019, but that did not happen. The city hired a consultant to complete a general employee pay plan study in 2019. That was implemented with two structures for general employees: an open range structure that was meant to be adjusted every year, and a step plan structure that was meant to be adjusted every other year. Next slide. So that left us, previous slide, please. I think we went one too far. So what we have in place today are different structures for different types of jobs. The police have a step plan for sworn police employees. The fire has a step plan for sworn fire employees. And general employees have two pay plans: a step plan that is supposed to be adjusted annually, every other year, and an open range plan that is supposed to be adjusted annually. And we adjust these structures to maintain market competitiveness. Now, let me say a little bit about structures. I've said that word quite a bit. What does that mean? A structure represents the minimum, the market, and the maximum of pay for different types of work. And jobs are assigned to different pay grades through a citywide classification process. and jobs and positions can be reclassified if their work changes. Next slide. So pre-COVID, what we were proposing to get ourselves back on track with the maintenance of our pay plans and structures was the police and fire had another study done so that we could maintain their structures. So we looked at competitive markets of our peers to determine how we might adjust those structures. And we found that we were at least 9% behind the market for police and 8% behind the market for fire. And we were just at the beginning of trying to discuss, as a leadership team, what adjustments we would make. We were considering potentially an 8%, an 8.5%, or a 9% adjustment to the structures for police. We were considering possibly anywhere from a 7% to an 8% structure adjustment for fire. We were planning on doing a 3% structure adjustment for our general employees in the open ranges. And we were going to put in the budget 5%, as you know, 5% for step moves for police and fire employees for their merit movements. And we had budgeted in that, at that time, for an average of 4.8% performance increase for general employees. And we were also planning to maintain our new part-time pay plan. But then COVID hit, and there was uncertainty about revenues. And so what we actually put in the budget for pay for employees and maintenance of the structures was nothing. Next slide. So where are we now? All of our pay structures are due for adjustment. Police lags behind the market at least 9%. Fire lags behind the market at least 8%. Open range structures are estimated to lag behind the market between 3 and 5%. And fire recruits require an adjustment to their starting pay so that it keeps in compliance with the Durham Minimum Livable Wage Ordinance. So now I'd like to turn it over to JJ Scott so he can talk a little bit about the demographics of the people that our pay plan impacts.
Good morning, all. So I will continue where Regina left off. So she got us up to speed to where we are now. So moving forward, looking forward, what can we expect? First, I just wanted to share with you all some summaries of our current employees. So every snapshot of employees it's a point in time. And so what we see here was as of January, what our employee structure looked like. So up to the left, we can see the broad racial groupings of our employees and the numbers in each of those groups. And those colors actually serve as the key also for the larger graph on the right. So orange represents white employees in the large graph on the right as well. If you go down to the green graph, you can see the different pay structures. So Regina just ran us through all the different pay structures that we have. This is the number of employees in each of those structures. We added the part-time structure, which is highly variable, the number of employees that are in that. But again, when we pulled the data, this was the number of employees in the part-time structure. So you can see we have about 3 times as many general employees as police, but police and fire together are about the same as our general employees overall. So then moving to the larger graph that I alluded to, there are 3 or 4, major groupings. So it's by pay plan at the bottom, and there's kind of a thin bar in between the pay plans. So we've got the general, police, fire, and part-time pay plans. And then it goes in order, the percent of each racial grouping that falls within these various salary structures. And so you can see some patterns that are apparent in our current employee makeup. So again, looking at the general, from making less than 50,000 on the left, going all the way to greater than 90,000 on the right, and then the same with police, fire, and part-time. There's a lot of data on this slide. I'll pause if there are any immediate questions on this.
I have one immediate question. The 90 is the top range, I guess, for general employees like 50,000 more than the 90,000? Just
I'm
noted.
sorry.
So is the top range for the general, or I think for each of them is 90 and above. Can you break that up a little bit more to say what it looks like for 140 and above?
We can, yes. I don't have that immediately available, but we can get that back to you. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can do that. Any other questions? All right, next slide, please. All right, so when we were putting together various scenarios to present here and to discuss with interim city manager Page and the administration, there are a lot of moving pieces that we can move around. So we know that we are in a constrained environment with funding, as Regina ran through. We have a lot of things that we're also trying to accomplish. So here are a couple of the things that we were considering as we put these together. We wanted to align with the compensation plan that we put together. A lot of time and effort went into putting that together. We had some real expertise in that. And so we want to, as much as we can, make sure that what we're doing aligns with the principles laid out in those plans. We're, of course, very connected to the market. We have, for better or for worse, a very competitive market. We compete not only with other growing municipalities, but we also have the private sector here. And so we are competing with all of them for employees, and that market moves rapidly, as you saw, percentage points a year. And we do the math on bonuses versus raises, and I have another slide on this, so we'll get into the details here in just a second, but these have different strengths and weaknesses when we're talking about using those for compensation. Of course, there's the amount. So how big is the bonus or how big is the raise? That will obviously affect the total amount of compensation. And then we can get down into selective application of whatever dollar amount we decide on. And so how would you select? Merit is the way that we have traditionally done this through our pay for performance plan. And so, higher performers, we get a higher reward. We can do it by salary. So as you noticed on the previous slide, we had broken down employee groups by salary. And so we can choose to apply compensation to only those making under, over, between certain amounts. We can look at different pay plans. And so police, fire, general employees they all have different pay plans, and we do treat those pay plans differently. As Regina showed, there are differences now between how far behind the market they are. The types of work that are done in those pay plans is different. And so we can be responsive to those different pay plans. And then we can get as specific as job type. We, of course, want to be sensitive to equity. And so we have an eye on that. And just an example of compensation and equity, a few years ago, we went up to a $15 minimum wage. And back then, that was not a market-driven thing. That was something that the city decided needed to happen. And then we went so far as to apply that minimum to part-time employees as well. And then, of course, as I mentioned at the top, available funding. That kind of is the overall constraint for all this. So in the scenarios that we're going to look at in just a second here, these are representative. No, it's unlikely that any of the ones that we look at will actually be the ones approved, but we wanted to give you a representative sample of how we can move these different levers around. Next slide, please. So real quick detail on the bonuses versus base salary. So traditionally, we are very much a raises organization, but bonuses can have some real advantages. And so one, it's a chunk of money, the way that we would usually do that. And so employees notice that they get what can be a substantial amount of money all at once, as opposed to running it out over the year. And so that can be really rewarding and motivating to an employee to see that and recognize the organization handing that to them in recognition of their work. And it allows us to maintain flexibility. So a bonus is a one-time thing. Once we pay it, it's done. It does not have any future year implications. And so with raises, so a raise, it can be a smaller amount per paycheck, but it really shows that the organization is investing in employees, and that can lead to greater retention. We do tend to be a higher tenure organization. So once employees make it a year or two, they tend to stay a while. I think right now our average tenure is up around 10 years, which is pretty high, and it's grown through COVID as our turnover dropped. Raises can help us maintain market position because one of the things that we look at is the average salaries that people are actually making. There's the structures, but there's also the salaries that people are actually making. We want that to be close to the market rate. One of the benefits for employees, but possible downsides for the organization, is that raises will compound over time. So if you add 3, 5, whatever % a year, that number is growing. And again, that can be a huge benefit, and employees definitely recognize that. But for the organization, it also compounds. Next slide, please. And we'll take a look at the first scenario. So these scenarios are in no particular order again, but we just wanted to give you a glimpse into some of the things that we're talking about and how much they could cost. And I should say these costs are estimates, and we will be working with budget to refine these, look at the out year impacts, but just a ballpark here. So the first line on this, and I'm going to go through this first one on more detail. I won't do this for all of these. The first ones, we want to move the general employee pay structures up 2% or up several percent. It could be slightly more than that, but we want to give employees a 2% add to their base salary. So every employee's salary within this, within the general structure would get a 2% raise. So again, spread out over a year, it's not much maybe, but it's $2 million overall to do that. If we looked at police and moved their structure and base salaries up 4%, that's 1.4 million, and for fire to go 3.5, 800 million. And so what are those numbers? So those numbers represent about half of where we think we are relative to the market. And I want to point out that this is represents some creative thinking on behalf of staff to come up with this model of both moving the structures and adding to base at the same time, so we can kind of knock out a couple of things at once. Then we have bonuses, so $1,000 bonuses across the board. So in this scenario, we're treating all employees equally, and we can see the cost just multiplying the number of employees by that $1,000. And I'll just point out that in future scenarios, you'll note that this bonus part can change. We add in a pretty rough estimate for part-time employees. So if a part-time employee in this scenario worked 17 hours a week, they would get around $500, and we would vary that based on the actual number of hours worked. So to accomplish this, and just to put that in perspective, this is a fraction of what Regina presented earlier of where we really hope to be, but given the constraints, we thought this was a reasonable scenario. So that gets us to 6.7 million. And I'll add that this does not include benefits estimates. And so you could add somewhere between 25 and 30% to that. But again, we would work with our partners in budget to refine that number. So I'll stop on this first scenario. And again, this is not first for any reason other than it includes a lot of pieces. But are there any questions on any of those things that I went over?
Hey, this is Councilmember Freelon. I had a question about the metrics for merit-based raises. for police, but I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask you that question or if we should wait until, we have someone from the police department around to discuss that.
I think we can broadly say that all employees are evaluated using what we call our EPEP system, the Employee Performance Evaluation Program. And goals are set for each employee. There are 3 core values that each employee has as a part of their performance evaluation. Then there's anywhere from 1 to 3 department selected competencies that employees are evaluated on. And so based on the goals that are set between the employee and their supervisor and how the employee is rated on those goals, the core competencies and the department specific competencies, an employee can be rated anywhere from effective is hopefully what we want people to be, highly effective, or exemplary. There is provision for individuals who are not meeting expectations to be rated minimally effective or ineffective. And so individuals that are ineffective and minimally effective do not get merit increases. They get put on a corrective action plan. And then those merit increases are for individuals who make effective, highly effective, or better. And merit pay is differentiated between those levels. Effective is 4%, highly effective is 5%, and exemplary is 6%. The way that it works for police, though, because they're on a step plan, they move 1 step, and what they get is the value of the difference in percentage if they were highly effective or above as a lump sum, as a lump sum.
Okay, thank you for that breakdown. I guess I was hoping to get into the weeds a little bit, but I don't. Again, I know we have a long meeting ahead of us, and I'm happy to have that conversation offline. But kind of more specifically, is what is seen as highly effective? Is it tied to things like how many arrests you make, or I did this many traffic stops? And I guess the idea or the question is about the extent to which performance and excellence is based on, like, what matrix are those based on? Very specifically, what behaviors are we incentivizing systematically in police, especially seeing that's where most of these dollars are going towards. So happy to to put a pin in that for later, if that's appropriate.
Great question. We'll get that information and we'll talk with you about that offline.
Thank you.
All right, next slide, please, John.
Just noting, this is Councilmember Freeman. I would also like to follow up on that question.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so in this scenario, top 2 items are the same, top 3 items are the same, I believe. So the main thing that we changed here is the bonus structure. So what we're looking at here is giving more money, so $1,000 to employees making less than $50,000, $750 for those making between $50,000 and $90,000, and then $500 for employees making greater than $90,000. And so what this allows us to do is perhaps introduce some equity to it. So percentages would give larger amounts of money to employees at the top of the pay scale. Lump sum can, the equivalent would be a higher percentage at lower ends of the pay scale. And so this can allow us to differentiate those bonus amounts. And so you can see the difference in how much that would cost the city. And again, the amounts, the pay cutoffs, all of those are variables that can be adjusted. So if we made that change, we can see the total comes out to 6.3 million on this one. All right, and let's just bring up the last slide then, John. And so this would be another scenario that we could do. And so in this one, what we did, we maintained all the structure adjustments and the adds to base that we talked about up top. But here we eliminated bonuses for public safety. And so the thought here being that because we're moving the structures so much, perhaps we could go with providing bonuses to those general employees who would not be seeing as much of a raise. And so we can see that that also knocks down the cost a little bit. And I believe that is the last scenario. Yeah, so we will take any additional questions.
Hey, this is Councilmember Caballero. Can you put up one of the 3 scenario slides so I just have my base? Thank you. So based on the earlier slide where it was like, fires up to 8%, lower than the market rate for that job. This is essentially, is the goal then, if we're 8%, I mean, we can't stop here. We'd have to add another base next year, right? And so I'm curious what that does. What's the longer term impact of that? Because we know that that's such a big jump, and we can't stop at 3.5% and 4%. So, and it doesn't have, I don't think you would have provided that information if you had it, but I would like to see that kind of, ripple effect or domino effect this year. And then what does that do next year?
Sure. And just so I understand, Councilmember Caballero, are we talking about the compounding effect over like 5 years?
That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Yes, because we're not hitting, obviously we can't afford to give the full, 7% to police in 1 year, the full 6%. I can't remember what those percents were. So I'm looking at the space and saying, okay, well, you're basically cutting it in half. I mean, a little bit less. So then where's the other half, and what does that do to our finances?
Yeah, our hope would be to continue to chip away at it in future years. Again, we're always looking at the financial situation. We are still uncertain. And so this was an amount that we felt, might be possible this year. But as more information comes in, we will certainly be looking at it. But yes, you're right. None of the scenarios that we have presented are everything that we would wish to do in a perfect year to get us aligned with the market. Yes.
And I appreciate that you all are thinking about how do we raise that base pay and stay competitive and fitting it within our fiscal constraints for this year. So it makes sense to me why you approached the problem that way. So I appreciate all the information today.
I will just add, and I think I see the manager jumping in. She's probably going to say the same thing, that with the police and fire structures, as well as the step plan that we have for general employees, just keeping in mind that when we adjust those structures, every single employee in that structure gets a raise, the size of the structure adjustment. And then if we are also giving them merit increases in that same year, a person could get anywhere from 8% increase in that year, depending on how far we adjust those structures. So that is something that we always have to consider very closely with our available funding for the organization.
Thank you, Regina. I was also going to add, just for a little, get a little more background, I guess. Also, market studies have to be fairly current. So when we do a market study, it is only, it's only current for a couple of years because the market is constantly changing. So while we may have done a market study a couple of years ago, and it indicated this is what we need to do, before, we would really rely on that being the current market a year or two down the road, we would certainly refresh those numbers. So we don't stick with the market. It's a point in time, but it gives us something to work for. Typically, we know that the market is generally increasing, but sometimes it's not increasing as much. And maybe at some periods of time, it might be standing still, but over time, it is going to increase. And we want to make sure that we're moving our pay plans, toward market, just because we need to do that in Triangle.
JJ and Regina, if I might jump in, thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. Good to see all of you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I have a quick question about the bonuses. And I did want to say, however, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments and observations about what this will look like and how this will impact us in the future. As I approach this as a policymaker, I know that the presumption is that our capacity to deal with these increases will grow as well. I mean, we're not going to stop raising taxes. And the presumption is that our economy will continue to expand as well. I think, was it last year or the year before, where we had an increase in our budget, our revenues, but it was based upon our tax base growing, new folk moving here, more folk paying taxes. So, of course, the hope is that our capacity to meet these increases will grow as well. And of course, we can adjust from year to year as policymakers if need be, like we did with COVID. So my question about the bonuses, just to be clear, I think in scenario one, the $1,000 bonus that you had for police and fire as well, as I read this, that is just a straight bonus, not tied to anything, meritorious, or it's just, here's the grand, this is your bonus, period. Am I reading that correctly? This particular bonus that's presented in this graphic is not based upon how many contracts you close, whatever you did, whatever you do in your department, here's your amount, and there's variance in it based upon that. This is just a straight $1,000. Is that correct?
That's right. Sorry, go ahead, Regina.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, essentially, yes, but we would suggest that only individuals who are at least meeting expectations, right, in the effective or better range would get the bonus.
Got you. And there would be, and if you meet that metric, there'd be no variance in the amount. It would just be that $1,000. And okay, that's helpful. All right, thank you. That's all I have right now.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you all so much for the presentation and for these, the creativity with which you've approached this. So one of the advantages that wasn't listed for bonuses, but I believe is an advantage, especially this year, is that we can take it out of one-time funding. And I know that's one of the reasons that was included as part of this plan. So I just wanted to mention that, because I think we are better off right now in terms of what we have, what we expect to have in terms of our one-time funding. We're this year in the current fiscal year, and as we heard in the recent report, we're adding to our undesignated fund balance, general fund balance. And so I think that's a good aspect of this plan, an important aspect of the plan. This is just we talked a little bit about this last time, but I just wanted to be refreshed on this. The multi-year that we saw last budget retreat, can I be refreshed? And this may be rather than Regina or JJ, this might be somebody from budget, on what is built in terms of pay starting in FY23 and how these plans would comport with that.
Bertha Johnson, Director of Budget Management Services again. John can jump in as well. What we plan for 2023 is to restore all of our pay plans. Typically, as we bring the multi-year to you each year, we only make changes for the upcoming fiscal year. And so everything is restored in 2023. We do not have any pay increases built in the multi-year as of yet for 22.
Okay, but just to make sure, it's what I thought I remembered, Bertha, but 2023 then does fully restore the pay plans in the existing multi-year.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's important, and I'm really glad to hear that. So if the minimum bonus, if we had, so you've got three structures, but in two of the structures, let me just pull mine up on my iPad real quick here. in two of the structures, the bonuses, you've got the equity bonuses in the second and third plan. Basically, you've got an equitable plan, but the total for both of those plans is actually less than the plan where everybody gets $1,000. And I'm wondering if what the cost would be if the lowest bonus was 1,000, but we created an equity bonus system. Yeah. So, what would the additional cost for us be? I don't know that we know that, it might take somebody with a calculator to do and let us know, but I would be interested in that potential scenario. And then I guess but I want to endorse the equity scenarios. I'm appreciative of that very much, but I would like to make it so that, each of our employees at a minimum would get $1,000 bonus. And I would like to see what that would cost us, with an equity, so that would mean that the lower paid employees might get, I don't know, $1,500 bonus. You all would have to help us. And then just to, I've had this discussion a little bit with the manager, and I expect a lot of my colleagues have as well. And this can be, I don't know if she wants to step in and answer this question at this time, or, we want to discuss this later when we get, tomorrow to the budget guidelines. But what is the assumption of the administration about what the implications of this would be for our tax rate?
So we have not made any assumptions about our tax, about our general tax rate increasing beyond what the council has already decided. What we can look at is we know what a penny on the tax rate brings, which we already talked about. That's $3.4 million, but that would be a permanent increase, to our taxes. We're talking about, a sort of a hybrid raise situation here. But we have not spoken about raising taxes for, we're not that far into our budget development that we have, spoken about raising taxes for salary increases.
Are you working on the idea that, or let me say it this way, we are not assuming, so the bonus money would be coming out of general fund or other one-time money. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then and then you're not making the assumption that that the increase in base would necessarily be that we would necessarily need a tax increase for that, or you're still working on the assumption that we hopefully will not, and you're going to let us know that. But this is not there's still flexibility here.
I would stress the point that there's still flexibility. All of our employees don't work in the general fund that's covered by, a general tax increase. Employees work across, our enterprise funds as well. So we're just showing you all today the kind of increases that we could potentially make that would help us with our structures, put raises and money in the pockets of our employees, and, also, help us not, have to, find as many dollars within the budget that we currently have existing. So you will all recall that our budget presentations from our departments were due on the 22nd. That has just been a few days, and that is when we really start to really get into the details of, what next year's actual needs are going to be. You will also recall that we asked our departments this year to really look at potential offsets or things that we can cut costs and maybe replace them with higher priorities or cut them all together. So those are some things that are new in this budget season that we haven't had to do in the past. So we don't want to talk today about, what we would need to raise a tax for, but we do, we're not saying we would never come back with that. But today we just want to get your thoughts on what you see here as we try to develop a package to increase the salaries of our employees.
Thank you. Just, I know you're looking for feedback, and my feedback is that I think that I really appreciate the approach to this. I think that I would like to see, as I said before, an additional plan which has an equity plan with a minimum $1,000 bonus, so that we could get more bonus money into the pockets of our employees using our one-time money, which, at least it seems to me from what we heard from the financial report that we could probably do, and probably do without much strain. But looking forward to see the numbers on that, and appreciate the manager's comments about the potential for doing this without a tax increase, but we will learn more about that. So those are my comments, but I think it's really moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might. Thank you, and I appreciate definitely. I know I appreciate your line of questioning. And I just to further underscore and clarify, Manager Page. So is that characterization correct? That when you, because I know you guys weren't just spitballing. There's some science and method behind presentation brought to us today. Is that an accurate characterization that we can achieve this without a tax increase, or was that just bracketed out of the conversation totally, and this was just kind of, if that makes sense? Is that a fair characterization?
I will go out front, and I'll have the budget team that stands behind me come as well. We can accomplish an increased package without a tax increase. We have a very large budget in the city. We can accomplish it. Whenever we are refining numbers and we're talking, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, it sounds like a really big number, but I don't want us to really focus on any particular one thing that we need to do, needing a property tax increase for it, before we have better numbers for you about the trade-offs. You can always add a property tax increase to something and make money. But at this point, that would not be a recommendation that I would make it to increase taxes to increase salaries. I would not make that recommendation today.
Right. And this is a segment in conversation with respect to salaries, but in the expanded universe of the entire budget, including our request and stuff, that does not extend to the rest of just want to be clear about, we're just talking about the salary part for our employees. We're not talking about everything.
That is correct.
I don't want to create, all right, thanks.
That's
Appreciate
correct.
All right, good. I just want to telegraph that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Other questions and comments? Anyone else want to? I think that our staff is looking for some feedback here on the general direction in which they're moving, and wondered if anyone else would like to offer that or have any questions. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also really appreciate this approach. I think that the bonuses coming out of one-time money is a fabulous idea. And I like the equity scale in terms of bonuses, giving the larger bonuses to the folks closer to the bottom of the pay scale. And yeah, it'd be great if we could do it all without a tax increase, because we're already going to do the increase for the bond, and we have a lot of departmental requests and council requests to consider. But this is, of course, I think after, not being able to do this last year, this is definitely a priority for me, and I think a priority for the city to make sure that we can put a little something into the plan for raises. So yeah, I like where we're going with this. Thank you.
Councilmember Reese.
What she said.
Okay. Any others? Any other comments?
Just to note, I think that scenario 2 is probably more in line with that conversation. I agree with what Mayor Schul said with making the 1,000 the minimum and then working from there.
All right. Do you, Regina, do you feel like you all have your guidance and that you have it seems like you have the affirmation that we're moving in a direction that council can support, and we're looking forward to what's next. Do you feel like you have what you need?
Yes, I do.
Great.
Thank you.
Any further comments on it, colleagues, or questions? Okay, super. Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, JJ.
So if there are no other questions on the employee compensation, we'll move to DCM Ferguson's presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager for Operations. I am tag teaming this presentation this morning with Finance Director David Boyd, and we'll be talking to you this morning about what we have titled, and certainly can be retitled to fit your interest, but what we have tentatively titled Green and Equitable Infrastructure. And we'll be talking about potential projects that fit under this category, as well as funding considerations, ways that can be considered if you choose to move forward in paying for some of these things. So to get us started, let me just say that we obviously have a CIP that you see every year, a 10-year plan, and that is always a very competitive funding process. That CIP does not approach, never has really approached full funding of all the capital projects that have either been identified by the council as having an interest, brought forward by the staff, or advocated for by residents. And while we have a number of adopted plans and policy documents that are out there that call for certain projects, the CIP has always only been able to deliver a subset of those. Over the last few budget conversations and in private conversations you've had with the city manager, there's been an interest in talking about ways to fund or consideration of ways to fund an additional tranche of projects that meet certain criteria, and those criteria generally have been conveyed to us to be things that meet a green or sustainability agenda, as well as having an equity focus. So we took that direction in an effort to paint a broad brush picture for you today of projects that might fall into that category. And those projects that we intend to show you today are either projects that come out of those adopted plans that we've talked about before, policy documents that you've seen and given a blessing to, or projects that you haven't necessarily seen or talked about, but that staff have identified as a way to advance certain council priorities. And in particular, I think I'm thinking about the sustainability roadmap and some of the carbon neutrality goals that council has set. Next slide, please, John. So So as is absolutely necessary for this conversation, I'm going to start us off with some caveats and some considerations. The first is that this exercise has taken place over the course of about a week and is dealing with some really broad and futuristic thinking. And so the cost estimates that you will see today are extremely preliminary. They are our best bet, best effort to paint with a very broad brush and just give you an order of magnitude for different categories of projects. Please understand that these would need to be heavily revised and vetted if anything were to move forward, and that they could change drastically from what you see today. Secondly, as is noted in the very title of this presentation, I think Council has intended an equity focus with this. And as is consistent with our organization's values, a racial equity analysis would be a critical step in determining which projects should be included and which projects should be prioritized. I want to make it clear that what you see today has not had the benefit of that analysis. And so this really is just sort of a universe of projects that would certainly be vetted and analyzed through a number of different processes, but in particular, a racial equity analysis. Similarly, these projects have not, for the most part, been introduced to the community. And it's certainly Council's expectation and our internal expectation that equitable engagement strategies around important projects, really in terms of all the work that we do, is a significant part of developing and delivering projects for the city. And that those processes can change what we do. They can change these projects. They have the potential to convince us that these projects shouldn't be pursued or certain projects shouldn't be pursued. So I want to be clear again that for the most part, the projects we're talking about today have not had the benefit of any community engagement, and that would be a time-consuming but also a very informative process that would impact the projects that we're talking about. Next, projects are not shovel-ready, and for those of you who've been on council a few years, understand it can be frustrating at times, but a necessity that projects take some time to begin to design, to have conversations with our residents and our partners, and ultimately to deliver those projects. So when you are talking at this stage in the process, it's important to understand it could be years, and in some cases many years, before we were in a position to deliver any projects that are being talked about today. And finally, delivery of a significant tranche of new capital projects requires a great deal of infrastructure in the staff and the organization, and that is infrastructure that we're not scaled for right now. So we don't necessarily have enough staff or staff resources available right now to deliver millions and millions of dollars of new capital projects. So if we were to move forward in this effort, we'd want to make council aware from the get-go that additional and potentially significant general fund resources would need to be made available to deliver anything along this lines. So now that I've brought a little sobering dose of reality, I'd like to move forward and start talking about some of the categories of projects that council could consider that fall under these areas. John, if you could advance the slide. So let me just go over the categories briefly, and then I'll spend a little bit of time on each category going forward. The categories include new sidewalks, sidewalk gaps, sidewalk repairs, pedestrian safety and accessibility intersection improvements, bicycle facilities, pedestrian access to transit, trail construction and repairs, dirt street paving. Next slide, please, John. Renewable energy, energy resilience, electrification of transportation infrastructure, energy efficiency, greening of community spaces, and circular economy. Next slide, please. I feel a little bit like the late, great Alex Trebek reading off categories. So I guess in keeping with that vein, we'll start talking about each category and the dollars associated. This first category is new sidewalks. Total potential cost to deliver funds identified in this category is $58.3 million. So as most council members know, we have an adopted bike walk master plan. It was adopted in 2017, and we do fund a number of these projects in the CIP. This category consists of those projects not currently funded in the CIP, and could include some major corridor projects such as Miami Boulevard, North Carolina 54, Pettigrew, and Hardee Streets. I'll pause here and say that I'm going to move through these categories fairly quickly. I know you may have questions about individual categories, and we have staff available on the call. I'm going to let most of those detailed questions fall to those staff. But if you have questions, feel free to stop me now, but I will make sure that we have time to get into that as we move forward. Next slide, John. Let's go back one to sidewalk gaps if we can. Thank you. So this next category is sidewalk gaps. Total potential cost to fund this is $4.1 million. Much like the last group you saw, this is also a group of projects from the Bike Walk Master Plan. Sidewalk gaps are very similar to new sidewalks, and they are new sidewalks, but these specifically are a category of projects that connect existing sections of sidewalks. Frequently, they'll connect new developments to nearby sidewalk infrastructure, and $4.1 million would deliver the projects that fit this category from the 2017 plan. Next slide, sidewalk repairs. So this group of projects comes out of analysis from our Public Works Department. Total cost of projects in this category is $16 million. And these are, again, there are existing funds in our CIP for a subset of sidewalk repairs. This is from current analysis, but as we continue to update the analysis and inspection of our infrastructure, Public Works anticipates a growing amount of funds needed to complete all the repairs in the network of sidewalks throughout Durham, and $16 million is a funding level they identified to complete necessary repairs to the complete network, at least as we know the need to be right now. The next category is pedestrian safety and accessibility intersection improvements at a total cost of $2.6 million. So this goes back to the 2017 Bike Walk Plan, which identified a number of pedestrian safety and accessibility improvements around intersections. So these could be crosswalks, ADA ramps, pedestrian signals, flashing beacons, and similar types of improvements. Next slide. So the next category is bicycle facilities. Total potential cost for these projects comes in at around $7.7 million. This is, again, called for in the 2017 Bike Walk Master Plan. It would add bicycle lanes on busy roads. It would add neighborhood bike routes in low volume areas and add protected bike lanes. When we go through and resurface streets, we're able to add those after the resurfacing takes place. And the next area is a $10 million group of projects for pedestrian access to transit. So as council's aware, the Durham County Transit Plan has a high level of community engagement going on right now. And one of the areas that's been identified through that effort has been a need and a desire for improvements at and around bus stops to really improve the accessibility to pedestrians of that transit infrastructure. So while we anticipate the Durham County Transit Plan being able to fund some of those needs, an additional contribution in capital funds would augment that funding level and help deliver projects more quickly and also deliver a higher number of projects. So I'll just let the sticker shock of this one set in. Our next category is trail construction and repair. So we have an adopted master plan for trails, and as council knows from the number of projects that have moved through various stages of design and approval recently, these projects come with a very tall price tag. $61.1 million is an omnibus number for the entire known infrastructure need around trails. So this would deliver construction of all the trails in the trail master plan. It would conduct a number of repairs to existing trail infrastructure. It would help with some cost increases that we're seeing with certain trails that are under design now. I would state for this category, and it really applies to all categories, obviously this can be broken down to its component parts and subcomponents. So again, we are showing you the broad universe of projects that we know about, not implying certainly that any of these numbers would be practical or achievable, but this being one of the largest tranches in there, I just wanted to remind council that this is the whole universe of what we know. So the next is, as council is aware, we have a dirt street paving program, and we have funds identified in the CIP to conduct ribbon paving, basically a basic level of paving on existing dirt streets throughout the city. An additional level of funding would accelerate the completion of this paving throughout the city, and that level is funded at 5.6 million. Just a little bit of the thinking on the inclusion of this. You know, we talk about green infrastructure, but the broader category and the terminology we use a lot is sustainability. And one of the key concepts of sustainability is building for the long term and building for the future. And I really think that's how dirt street paving at least gets into this conversation. It is both clearly a part of the equity conversation when we compare that infrastructure to what other residents enjoy. Those who have dirt streets are obviously getting a lower level of infrastructure, but it's also a key sustainability piece when you think about the fact that dirt streets take a lot higher level of maintenance. So we're putting a lot more repetitive money into dirt streets. So this ribbon paving program does satisfy, I think, some of the core criteria we heard going into this presentation. So we're going to transition now to a second group of projects. I think a lot of what you heard up until now has been pedestrian related, bike and pedestrian alternative modes of transit other than single occupancy vehicles, and maintenance of our core infrastructure. I think now we're transitioning into green technologies and more sustainability. I say that because at this point, we're moving to an area of projects that we've done less work on, that are a little bit more aspirational in nature. And so I would say there's a higher level of variability on the costs you're about to see. We do have staff available to talk about these types of projects, but I wanted to note that transition, that there's a little bit more certainty and specificity on the projects that we were just talking about compared to most of the areas going forward. So this first category is renewable energy generation. And the total potential cost, again, very much a broad number here, is 13.5 million. This category would specifically be about generating carbon neutral energy collected from renewable sources. Presumably this would take place at city facilities. You know, there's concepts about putting solar generation at the landfill or on top of city buildings, potentially in partnerships with other agencies that we work with, like DHA. And so this category could fund that generation, certainly would help meet the city's carbon neutral energy goals that we've set forward. The next category is energy resilience, and this is estimated at 5 million. Certainly the last couple of weeks of news coming out of Texas really underscores the importance of investments in energy resilience. I think this is a value that we've had in the city for some time, but clearly with new technology and new investment, there's opportunities to make great strides. It would fund a category of projects designed to enhance the reliability and resiliency of key city infrastructures using microgrids, energy storage and battery technology, and solar capacity. These could be used for key city facilities. It could also be used at community-facing facilities that might be used for sheltering in an event of a weather event like what Texas has seen and the Deep South has seen over the last couple of weeks. So this is an area I think that broadly fits the goals we heard from council. Also, this is a key component of the sustainability roadmap that council has adopted. The next area is electrification of transportation, and the total potential cost that we've identified at this point is 7.2 million. Obviously, as you've heard, we have an effort to bring electrification to the city's fleet as technology allows and as good options present themselves within the universe of vehicles being offered. A key infrastructure piece of that transition is getting the charging infrastructure in place for those vehicles, not just at the fleet facility where we maintain those vehicles, but throughout the city where those vehicles are operated. So this would fund that charging infrastructure. This also would includes some funding for public-facing infrastructure at key areas around the city. So again, this is an important subcomponent of that transition to an electric fleet. The next area is energy efficiency, and the sum for these projects right now is $18.5 million. As a city government, we have a massive inventory of facilities that we own and maintain, over 2.4 million square feet of real estate. And those buildings were built over a span of many years. Obviously, our newer buildings built to a high level of energy efficiency, but our older buildings were built with the technology of the age. And so this category of projects would fund weatherization, retro commissioning, and retrofits to those facilities to bring them up to modern standards of energy efficiency and certainly build in long-term energy savings for the city. So the next area is waste reduction in the circular economy. And this proposed amount of projects is about $13.8 million. There are really two key projects that we envision in this portfolio, and those are both at the transfer station. There is a proposed thought that council has heard some development around regarding a materials recycling facility, or a MRF, allowing us to control our own destiny with a private sector partner in terms of being able to continue to receive, sort, and recycle materials from the Durham public. And so that project is envisioned here. A second project that's envisioned is a large-scale composting facility. Council knows we have an exciting and very successful small-scale composting effort underway with a future pilot program we anticipate, but being able to scale that for the opportunity to really compost for the entire city in terms of yard waste and potential green waste, an additional investment would need to be made at that facility, and that's envisioned here. And I believe our last category is enhanced and equitable green spaces, and we've thrown a figure of about $2.8 million on this. This category of projects would serve communities by continuing to grow the tree canopy, build demonstration projects in public spaces, and ensure those spaces include sustainable infrastructure like green roofs and solar gardens. There are concepts about providing Wi-Fi and solar-generated recharging for personal electronic devices in community parks. Those are some ideas we've seen around the country that potentially could be considered and developed further for Durham. Also, I know there's been some recent discussion in the community about concerns about elements of the South Ellerby stormwater facility that's being developed now and under construction, about certain amenities that were not able to be paid out of the stormwater fund. If council were interested in seeing those amenities added back to the project, this is a category under which I think that could be provided. So there were a few things we considered up front that ultimately I think we feel fell a little bit short of the criteria, but I just wanted you to know they were out there. If some of these felt like a better fit to you, obviously we could come back and present more information. But those categories included park renovations or new amenities at parks. Obviously, we have a long list of park improvements that we don't have funded, in addition to many that we do. New recreation centers have been talked about from time to time throughout Durham. They come with a really huge price tag, and right now we didn't feel like they necessarily fit the criteria for this presentation today. Council is obviously aware of our ongoing effort to meet the needs for street repaving. Ultimately didn't feel like that was a good fit for this. And then in addition to that, potentially an equity angle for street reconstruction, but we want you to know, as we've talked about in certain CIP conversations, there are some streets in Durham where repaving is simply inadequate, that there really is a degradation of those facilities, and we will need to find capital funding from some source at some point for some significant street reconstruction projects. So with all of that said, this is the whopping summary: $224.4 million of identified projects. Very broad brush. Again, very much a menu that could be chosen from. And I think just I'll hit the note again that many of these projects are just ideas at this point, and certainly would need a lot more direction from council, a lot more work from staff to get them to a point where we felt comfortable giving you a sense of confidence about what the details look like and what the costs look like. But hopefully this presents to you an idea of the types of projects you are interested in. So with that, I'm going to hand the virtual microphone over to Finance Director David Boyd for a discussion of how these projects might be funded or delivered. And then when he's done, I think all of us, including a number of staff on the call, are available to answer any sort of detailed questions you have from there. So David, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Bo. Good morning, David Boyd, Finance Director. So as Bo mentioned, our current CIP capacity is essentially maxed out with the current 11-cent tax rate allocation that we use for that purpose. So we really need more revenue in order to increase our capacity. But the question is, what do we do with that revenue? And one way to do that is to issue a bond for a one-time influx of capital dollars and then use the tax to pay the debt service. The other alternative is to just allocate more tax revenue to our existing CIP funding model. Next slide. So we'll talk about the bond issuance considerations first, and then we'll move to the second approach. So very roughly, and based on what I think are reasonably conservative interest rate assumptions, 1 cent on the tax rate would get us about $50 million in project proceeds from a bond. Obviously requires a referendum for this purpose, and it would, give us an increase all at one time or over a couple of years in our total outstanding debt over and above what we had intended to issue through our plan, through our CIP plan, which I'm not saying it's prohibitive, but is another thing that rating agencies take into consideration. How much debt do you have outstanding at any given point? But it does provide us immediate access to those capital funds and would enable us to proceed with projects as soon as we are ready to. Next slide. The debt must be issued within 7 years of the referendum. I think the other thing that Bo mentioned was, the influx of capital dollars at one time, does require some staffing for us to be able to manage that increased project load, because heretofore we had not staffed for an influx of capital dollars, but instead to fund the 10-year plan. And then again, once we issue that debt and use that tax to pay the debt service, our capacity goes back to what it was before. Next slide. So here's a more detailed schedule of what this would look like to get on the November ballot. Council would need to take 3 actions. And this is assuming that we have the July holiday for council. The first action would need to take place at the first council meeting in May. We could possibly slide this one cycle. That would mean we would be coming to you in an April work session, with the first item for council to take action on. There's a section action required at the second meeting, and then a public hearing in June. And some public notice requirements prior to the election, which is currently scheduled for November, but as we all know, could potentially get pushed out. And similar to the conversation that we've had about the affordable housing bonds, which we have not yet issued, that were approved in a referendum November ago, we wouldn't issue these bonds immediately after their approval. As Bo mentioned, there's going to be some time required before we're ready to build anything or spend any money. So it would be unlikely that we would actually issue any of this debt until fiscal 23. And then I think there was another question at our last retreat about, can you, if we don't do it this year, can we do it next year? And the answer is we can do it in any November election in terms of having a referendum. Next slide. So the other approach is to push more tax revenue into the 10-year CIP. So right now there's 11 cents. We could increase that, and then we would work from that constraint in terms of what we could fund this year. So if we assume that we continue with the current funding model, wherein we're using the interest only line of credit option with a future fixed rate takeout, and assuming that we only use cash to fund 10% of our capital, we do get some capacity over time, but it's not at once as it would be with the bond issuance. And then this approach, the capacity that we would get would be more sensitive to the future interest rate environment and overall market forces. If projects get more expensive, then we have less ability to deliver over time, as opposed to doing a one-time bond issuance where you get your money now, you know what you're paying for it, and you can proceed with projects now. Next slide. But in the long term, you do end up with more capacity overall. I will heavily, as Bo did at the beginning of his comments, I will heavily caveat this projection because it's based on the way we fund the CIP and based on the fact that projects don't really conform to spending a fixed amount every year. It's a little challenging to come up with annual capacity calculations, but very roughly, and assuming that economic conditions do not change drastically, I would expect that over a 10-year horizon, we would have twice as much capital capacity as if we did, compared to doing a one-time bond issuance now. So whereas 1 cent on the tax rate would get you a $50 million bond, 1 cent on the tax rate used this way would potentially get you $100 million over the 10-year CIP planning horizon. And I think another potential benefit is that it allows us to kind of ramp up our internal resources to deliver capital. That will be a challenge, to deliver a large slug of capital projects at one time. This would allow that to be spread out over time, but then obviously you have to wait for that project to be delivered. It does also result in a permanent capacity increase, assuming that you don't reduce that tax allocation in the future. You don't have the 7-year borrowing limitation, and based on the type of debt we're issuing in our current funding model, there's no vote required to borrow money in this regard. That's kind of the two issues. I think Bo's covered, the types of things that we heard you talk about that need funding, and then some options on how you might approach paying for it. So I'll turn it back to Bo.
Thank you, David. And so at this point, we're at the end of the presentation. Just real quickly, I want to offer extreme thanks and appreciation to a number of staff, Gina Probst, Marvin Williams, Wade Walcott, Sean Egan, and I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, and certainly their staff have worked very hard over the last 4 or 5 days to help create some of these categories and ideas. And obviously David's put a lot of work. So I want to thank all of them for bringing this forward. And at this point, we're ready for questions or discussion.
Thank you so much, Bo and David. Bo, do you want to take down the slides, or whoever's running the slides?
John could do that for us if you. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Fabulous presentation. And just want to say, Bo, you do such a great job of providing context, and appreciate that. And David, thank you so much for presenting us with those two options, and really, again, giving us great context on that. All right, colleagues, questions and comments at this point? Deidreana?
I can start. I also want to thank Bo for pulling this together so quickly and acknowledging that having a number of 224 million helps the conversation. Just acknowledging that the 11 cents on a dollar is not going to work for the type of infrastructure work we need to do going forward. And it gives me a whole lot more confidence in the conversation around initiating a bond, acknowledging that these are the things we know we need nationally, and like a Green New Deal. And if we could set that up here locally, that would be phenomenal. I know specifically like around the trails, I just had a specific question if that would also include, I guess, infrastructure, or not infrastructure, but the actual like alignment of sewer lines and what have you that might come across some of those trail areas. I just really wanted to know, like, if you could set 61 million into place, would any of that be able to be used to kind of do some of that resiliency work that we've been talking about, or that I've been talking about with the COG?
So I'd probably want some more information, council member, about the nature of that work you're talking about. Obviously, as we build trails, I think I detect from your question you're thinking about areas where it interacts with other infrastructure like storm drain infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure, and our trails do frequently follow similar alignments because they're in stream valleys. Obviously, the Third Fork Creek Trail is a project that has had a lot of sort of interaction and interplay with good stormwater practice. But I'm reluctant to say that these are stormwater projects. They are at their core. These are ideas generated around around the transportation and recreation benefits of trails. But certainly where we come across situations where streams need to be restored, or where stormwater or drainage or flooding issues can be addressed, we try and be as collaborative as possible in those efforts.
Thank you. I think, and along those lines, additionally, I think a scenario might be like a Duke Derm or Duke Fitness. What was it? Duke Diet Fitness Center. Would that fit into something like this?
So there are trail-like amenities around the South Ellery Wetland, which is the project you're referring to. And again, I think that's a good example of where I think our departments try and work really closely to treat our environmental work also as an educational opportunity, and where appropriate, a recreational opportunity. So I would say those concepts and values are very consistent with how we deliver projects. I just would want to hold off on being more specific or giving a higher level of commitment until we were looking sort of project by project.
No, I get it. I hear you. I just one additional question.
Mm-hmm.
Would the availability of these fund dollars help or hurt, I guess, efforts to go after kind of workforce development dollars to support, I guess, bringing online programs that would support these types of jobs that could come out of this?
Workforce development's a little bit outside of my area of specialty, so that would be a question I would probably want to talk to Mr. Pettigrew about, or Mr. Chadwell, and I can check in with them on their thoughts on that, and we can share that back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just want to say that was awesome and gave me a really, really good idea of what is needed and what the costs are going to be. And I want all of it. So now we have to figure out how much we can actually afford to do. But my initial thought was, oh my God, can we have all of it? Let's just find us like a local patron billionaire and ask them for, $250 million, no big deal. So a couple of questions. I know we're likely to get some additional money, federal money for transit, or maybe we already have. Can that money be used for some of the pedestrian improvements related to transit that y'all mentioned, or other kinds of improvements that might in some way relate to transit use?
Sure, great question. I'll ask Sean Egan, if he's on the call, if he could potentially comment on that.
Certainly. So we have already received the first $12 million from the CARES Act, and we are in line to receive an additional $11 million from the most recent CRISA What we've been focused on is evaluating our capital replacement needs and deferred maintenance, as well as the impacts of cuts in state funding, lost fare revenue, and other increased costs that we're seeing. So while these types of expenses, bus stop improvements, sidewalks, crosswalks around bus stops would be eligible, there is the funding at this point is generally fully subscribed from those award programs. So we'd be looking to this and other opportunities like the Durham County Transit Plan to fund new initiatives. So we're focused right now on catching up on deferred maintenance and fleet replacement needs.
Got it. Thank you. A little bit of wishful thinking on my part, I guess. So in terms of the election in November and the uncertainty around the election, what does that do to our schedule if we were going to consider a bond? Like, would we just move ahead assuming that there would be an election, and if not, the referendum would just move forward to whatever next election happened? I feel a little unclear on the legal implications of not having it when we think we're going to have it.
Well, my sense is, Mayor Pro Tem, that, absent knowing that it would be moving, we would have to proceed with this timeline. And then if and when we know about a different date, then we could, defer any actions that hadn't been taken until we get there. But, based on where we are now, to hit the November dates, we'd have to subscribe to this particular schedule.
Thank you. And I believe you said we could put a referendum on any ballot, on any election. So we could do it when there's not a municipal election, like for the 2022 state and federal election.
For any November election is what Bound Council tells me. When if there were to be any elections in anything other than November, then there becomes more restrictions.
Okay, but not including a delayed election that goes
Sure.
from November to something else. Okay, great. Thanks, y'all. I'm really looking forward to digging into this more.
Colleagues, other questions? Charlie?
Thank you, Steve. Before I get into the specifics, I just want to bring the conversation into a slightly different place, which is all of these options, whether we choose to go forward with a green and equitable infrastructure bond, whether we choose to fund additional debt capacity out of the regular property tax rate going forward, some combination of those two, which I think is probably the better strategy. But whatever we choose to do, if we don't figure out with the county some way to alleviate the property tax burden on our low-income, long-time homeowners, doing these things will help our infrastructure, but hurt some of our most at-risk neighborhoods. And so I just want to make sure that we're all aware that we've got to keep having that conversation with the county, with our attorney, with our community development department, because as we talk about raising tax revenue to meet the obvious, clear, and in some cases dangerous infrastructure needs that our community has, we have to be honest with ourselves and with our residents about how we're going to pay for it. And all of this, of course, flows back to the fact that the state of North Carolina refuses to allow local governments to tailor our property tax system to meet the specific needs of our community. The seven of us sitting around a table could figure out a property tax system that alleviated the burden on low-income homeowners, that made high-income, high-value property owners pay their fair share and support the needs we have in the community in a way that did not increase displacement and gentrification. But that's not the world we live in. So I just wanted to make sure we're all that's what this conversation makes me think about, is how unfair this is, that much of the burden for making these critical changes is going to fall on folks who can least afford it. Turning to the issue at hand, Bo, I just want to make it clear that this kind of presentation really plays to your strengths, and you did a fantastic job. I'm also really jealous of the grayed out background there, the blur. I got to figure out how to make that work, because that's unfair. That's really cool. The one cautionary note I want to make sure we all understand is that the presentation, the outstanding presentation that Bo made, is based on existing plans. In many cases, especially around the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure area, specifically the 2017 bike walk plan is the kind of the wellspring of much of that part of these projects. I just want to remind all of us that that many of the infrastructure needs in our community, the desperately needed infrastructure, is not included in those plans. You will search those plans in vain for a plan to add sidewalks and bike lanes to Cheek Road. You will search in vain to find a plan to improve pedestrian infrastructure on Junction Road. And those are just two examples within the last several months that we've heard over and over from Durham residents that we desperately need infrastructure there. I don't know how to square that circle. I understand the need to move forward with what we have on the shelf. Totally get that. But I also recognize that, as Bo said at the very beginning, these are not shovel-ready projects. These are projects that were created and prioritized on some very good metrics, but at least with respect to the 2017 bike walk plan, was explicitly not included. One thing that was not included was racial equity. There was an equity analysis, but it had to do with the proximity of the project to low wealth neighborhoods. And in many ways, as we know, there are correlations there with our low wealth neighborhoods of color, but that is a level of analysis we're going to have to add in right quick if we expect to go to the voters with this in November or later. And so I just want to make sure that as we have these conversations, we remember that not every critical need in the community is included in the plans we've already made, especially with respect to Cheek Road and Junction Road. I feel like we need to have some allowance to do that. And the final thing I want to say is that as eager as I am to do this in the next election, and I hope we can, I want to call back to something that Councilmember Middleton reminded us of 2 weeks ago, which is that in order to make the case to our community about a bond like this, we've got to do a ton of work around engagement and public education. And it is going to be a heavy lift, in my view, to get there from here. That's not to say we can't do it. That's not to say it's not important to do it. It's not to say that that we are unwilling to do that work. We are. I know we are. But I just want to make sure that we all remember that we can't just call this play and assume that everybody in Durham is going to want to run it with us. We've got to make the case, and the fact that there are critical needs that aren't in the current adopted plans, like Cheek Road and Junction Road, that makes it harder. But the fact that they're not in the plans is simply a legacy of some of the inequities that we are trying to address with this bond. And so I think we've got to make sure that we try to keep all that in front of us as we move forward. But again, as I said at the beginning, Bo, this was a fantastic presentation. Thanks to all the department heads, especially you, David, for helping us think about this. It's good to have a number, but let's remember that that's not the whole universe of what we need in the community. That's all I had, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? I think Javiera had her hand up.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. So I think obviously this is a need whether we do a mixture of a bond or increase the tax allocated to CIP. What is very evident to me is we are woefully behind on offering something like this. If I think about especially the trails component, that plan was developed in 2011. It's been a decade. It certainly doesn't have a racial equity component. And I know that folks on DOST have discussed that recently, realizing that the priorities there may change. So I know we need to do this, however it needs to be done. Whether, I'm curious, I think the county does, or is the intent was to do a series of bonds for school improvement infrastructure projects, because there is such a deficit. You can't necessarily do it in one run because it's already behind. So I want to understand a little bit more about that. I'm anxious around the timeline, if we wanted to put it on the ballot for this November, whether the election is delayed or not. There was a lot of community engagement around the affordable housing bond that was very successful. It passed with a large percentage of approval. I worry about, will we be able to accomplish that between now and November with everything else we have going on with COVID? Those are some of my concerns in general. Thank you to all the staff who pulled this together. It's a huge number, but it also at least makes me painfully aware of, that this is absolutely a need. We hear this consistently from residents. I do think that at least a portion of this should be put before residents, because there has to be, I think, a recognition. The things that folks want, have to be paid somehow. And the way we are, the only way to do it, or at least the majority of the way to do it, is through property taxes. I understand that the fairness around that as to who carries that burden is not something we can control because of the limitations at the state level, but that is how we fund projects at the end of the day, infrastructure at the end of the day. And so when residents ask for these things, and I think we should have them, there also has to be a recognition of, well, when you ask for things, who's going to pay for it? And a bond lets people decide, yes, I'm willing to pay for it, or no, I'm not. And so that's why I think at least a portion of this should be put before the voters. And I, again, appreciate staff. I look forward to more information. I don't know about the timeline as far as this November or not. That I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you. Mark Anthony?
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, colleagues. First off, Bo, thank you so much, and David, for what I think is a wonderful primer and necessary primer and on-ramp for this conversation. It's exhilarating and sobering. It's exhilarating because I think it captures how serious we are as a city about what we need to do in these areas, but it's sobering as well because of the lifts that are before us. I want to thank Council Caballero, and I want to particularly thank Charlie for I think capturing some concerns and additional caveats that need to govern this conversation. And I want to associate myself with the spirit of his comments. Few things I want to say about this. I think this is something we should do, but I'm not confident that we're ready to do it this year. And partly, I feel vindicated in that feeling by your own caveats that you included, Bo, in your report. And I just want to highlight, of course, you say that the costs are preliminary, but the second bullet is a racial equity analysis would be a critical step in vetting which projects should be prioritized. I would even go further and say a racial equity analysis will be critical in vetting which projects should even be included, period, in this bond before we even get to prioritization. Because in mixing green considerations and equitable considerations, and you could actually play with it, should we put equity before green or green before equity? Because it's possible to put on steroids some green projects in our city that aren't necessarily equitable by virtue of what neighborhood they're in. Because an equitable lens is going to require us to look at historically what communities in this city have been disinvested, abused, or even targeted. For example, from a purely equitable lens, I think about what happened in Hayti, or that corridor, which is one of the gateways to downtown, that Fayetteville Street corridor, which is a gateway to downtown. I mean, from an equity point of view, we could do a bond just for that area. We can make the projects green, but equity, I think, would demand that we take a look at some areas that we know, whether it's Bragtown, Charlie mentioned Cheek Road and Junction Road, some areas because of redlining. We know that there are areas that are depressed in the city because of historical redlining. We can point to history. So from an equitable point of view, there are some areas that should immediately be looked at, and we can do green projects and equitable projects, whereas there are some areas in the city where yeah, we could do some green projects, but are those really the areas from an equity point of view that we need to focus on? And it seems to me we're committed as a city to being green. We've made commitments to lowering our carbon footprint and doing things, doing sustainable projects. We can do that within our existing CIP. We can focus our efforts and our concerns and our initiatives to be green and sustainable within the existing rubric of our CIP. The question is for me, do we want to take $250 million and put those projects on steroids right now because we got to get them right now? They're urgent. Do we need to make them super urgent? Or can those things be obtained and can we meet those goals within our existing rubric? Because what I don't want to happen is we sell this as an equity initiative, get $250 million infusion, and then default back to business as usual, where we basically just supercharged our existing CIP rubric. If we're going to do, are we going to have two lanes? One, this projects that are funded by this new money working alongside our CIP, or are we going to radically realter or alter our existing CIP, which to me would not be what we're trying to do here. If we're going to go hard on the equity piece, then I think that we need to take some time to identify what is truly meeting our equitable needs. And if we're gonna try and do a hybrid of green and equity, because for me, when I hear equity, you know, and all of us, I think on here sat through racial equity training, I immediately default to thinking about what are those areas that have been systemically targeted, systemically and institutionally targeted by governments in the past. And we can rattle off those areas in the city. And if we take that approach radically, that may leave some of these other projects where they are in the existing CIP model, in the existing kind of rubric we have for our CIP. So I'm not interested really in supercharging or putting on steroids stuff that we're already doing or is already on the radar, unless we determine, you know, do we really need to do that if we're already targeting them, focused on them. Your other bullet says most projects have not been introduced to the community. It's true. I mean, one could assume that if it's in the bike walk plan, that's public record, that it's kind of been introduced because people can read it. Or are we saying that people haven't even read what we already have introduced? And those plans are already on the shelf and consumable. So if projects have not been introduced to the community, it's February now, it's practically March now. We're talking about our first action in May. Is that given, and Mayor Pro Tem, I think, raised an important point. That's if the schedule doesn't change with elections. Is it really realistic that between now, the end of February, beginning of March, with our first action pending in May, that gives us the time to really do the work we need to do to educate, to inform, to get the buy-in? Councilor Javiera spoke about getting community buy-in, I think, which is critically important. Because listen, we did a lot of work on the affordable housing bond, but I sat in a bunch of meetings where folk in the community did not feel fully informed about it. You know, we had to work really hard to get buy-in, particularly from some marginalized communities in this city on the affordable housing bond. And this is a shorter window between now and our first action to do the education and to do the selling, if you will, that I think we need to do on this particular bond. So what I would say is in you know, wrapping up, that in spirit, in principle, I think this is a great idea, but I don't want to vote to commit the city to $250 million of debt to default to business as usual. If we're really going to do equity, then this could very well be a revolutionary, transformative action we take with this bond to address the injustices of 147 going through Hayti, to address the injustices of redlining in our city with green. And when we do it, make sure that those addressing what we do to address it is green, has a green capacity. But I am not interested in supercharging our commitment to green infrastructure that we already have made particularly if it's going to be in supercharging infrastructure in neighborhoods that historically have not dealt with equity and who are already on the radar to be serviced anyway, if that makes any sense. So I think this is something we should pursue. I take your caveats very seriously. I think we need to lean into them. I don't think we're ready to do it this year, based upon where I sit right now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Other colleagues, other comments, colleagues, or questions? Deidreana?
Just a clarifying question. I put it in the chat. I was hoping someone would just answer the. Are we talking about 50 million that David mentioned, or a different number? Because I was thinking this is just a $50 million conversation.
Maybe I'll take that and say I think that's up to us.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure that I appreciate the equity consternation in this conversation, but I just want to make sure we note that when we're talking about greening our community or reducing our carbon footprint, waiting a year feels inequitable in and of itself. Just acknowledging that we've been waiting the 11 years for a lot more green infrastructure and a few other things. This is not, it's not the same thing as a neighborhood by neighborhood plan. I get that, that makes sense. I think that should be in play. But the waiting aspect does cause me this, it makes my heart palpitate just acknowledging that. The air we breathe and the trees we don't have, those things are not things we can just wait on. And so I just want to make sure that I keep that in the conversation, noting that I'm confident that this council will ensure that the projects are equitable. I'm confident that this council will work its best to engage the community wherever. I'm not as concerned about the disillusion that that this would help everyone. Like this is not a bond that would be in place to help just one subsection of the community. It would help the entire world for us to spend a little bit right now on this. And then I just want to note also to the point someone made, I think it was Councilmember Reese, around encouraging the county to support some structure or putting in place some structure to make sure that we have resources available for homeowners or property owners who might be, I know would be harmed by a tax increase. And I think that fixed income approach, we are already doing that work. And I feel like the county's on board. If I'm missing something, please let me know. I do think that there's got to be a better education, but I don't think it's in Durham, honestly. I think it's beyond Durham, and making sure that folks understand what is at risk. So I just had a lot of thoughts, and I'll continue to have those conversations with you all, but I appreciate the conversation as always.
Thank you. Pierce.
I just had thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had a really quick question for Bo. Wonderful presentation. After hearing from Charlie and Mark Anthony about, I saw you kind of shaking your head in affirmation of some of the critiques about the race equity lens and, the calls from community, which are really calling for some things around Cheek, Junction, Hayti. You mentioned that our previous plan, or someone did, had a socioeconomic lens and that there's kind of overlap with the race equity piece. But I'm curious, from your perspective, if we were to go back to the drawing board a bit and really dig deep and say, maybe our last plan didn't include all the metrics we wanted, let's do a new one. How much would that cost, and how soon could you provide that?
Sure. Thank you, council member. So, I probably want to bring Sean Egan into that conversation. I think, there is probably an opportunity to work with the tools and analysis that took place within those within those plans, and to augment that with, with kind of current thinking and updated thinking. So not necessarily, redoing the whole plan. I think there was a great deal of good thought that went into the development of the bike walk plan in 2017. But I'm sure the department, with assistance from other departments in the city, could apply a filter or a lens to the projects or their prioritization within that to try and reflect, I think, some of our more current thinking on equity and how we deliver projects. And Sean, if you want to add to that, or if I've overcommitted you, let me know your thoughts on that.
I think it's a great concept. We had a very good meeting earlier this week with Mayor Schul and Bloomberg Philanthropies and Jeanette Sadik-Khan, the former transportation commissioner for New York City. And we talked about the success that we've had with shared streets and working with neighborhood communities and our approach to equitable community engagement, and working through kind of applying a different filter. I think could be a really promising project for us to collaborate with Bloomberg as part of the mayor's challenge to help us and use the resources like having Jeanette Sadik-Khan and the expertise that Bloomberg has, partnering with them and our partners at the Duke Center for Advanced Hindsight, and really thinking and taking a look at how we can apply that type of equity filter to these projects. I expect that there's going to be considerable overlap, but I think it could be really valuable for our community to validate that with some research and analysis and applying that filter.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I really like that idea. I imagine there will be overlap too, but it would certainly strengthen our capacity to go out into the community and make the requisite arguments that will be important to get folks on board. I love that Center for Advanced Hindsight. I wrote that down. That seems like a really dope concept. Um, would this new lens include bringing projects on that aren't currently in the plan, or would that just be kind of reorganizing what's already in there?
I think we'd want to apply it first to the priorities that were identified in the 2017 plan, and then look at what perhaps might fall out, and then what was next up on the list that just missed the cut in the 2017 plan. And maybe some of those projects could be accelerated as part of the review and reprioritization. There's no shortage of need.
Yeah, I guess that's a really important piece that I think both what I took from Charlie and Mark Anthony's comments was that perhaps our previous plan, especially with the business as usual piece, was missing some critical elements to reevaluate. So when I hear business as usual, shuffling and remixing what's already in a plan that was inequitable perhaps to begin with because of some blind spots that went into it would be really, really important, rather than just, kind of moving around the pieces that are already in there. And I mean, I'm CC'd on the emails you get about Junction Road every 2 weeks. I know community members have been making calls for these, and these are going to be the same community members we have to go back to and ask for, for $250 million. So I think I would encourage, as you do that reanalysis and place that lens, for it to really be a back to the drawing board and not a a remix effort of what's currently in there, just because we've already made that investment. That's why I was asking how much money it would cost and how long it would take, because I know that might be a heavier lift. And anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions at this point? Mark Anthony?
Thank you, Steve. And I want to thank Sister DeDurana for her comments. And I want to associate myself with her comments. I believe this council as well is committed to equity. My work on the council now is I think more about my life as a private citizen than being a person in power. And I'm trying to do my best to craft a city now that I want to live in, not being in power, more so because I'll be a private citizen far longer than I'll be on council. And if I weren't, the individuals on this council, I am confident I'd sleep well with having this city run and equity being championed by folk on this council. So I want to lean into that and associate myself with that. The issue is though that we have a record. There's a clear record in our city. And I again want to just underscore something, Charlie said about there's some things that aren't even on this list right now. We're talking about $250 million. And I think if we use the word equitable in the title, then we are inviting a certain level of scrutiny. If we're gonna use equity, then we should be prepared for some hard questions and hard conversations. As I move about the city, and you probably share the same experience, colleagues. Green isn't really controversial when I have conversations with folk. I haven't heard anybody say that they don't want to try solar and reduce our carbon footprint. No one pushes back on that. How did we get to equitable has been the challenge when we've had that conversation. For example, we light rail was supposed to connect Hayti physically back to the ancestors and descendants of Hayti back to economic opportunity. We didn't get light rail. We did, however, pass tree protection and expansion. So we got that. We didn't have a problem, buying electric buses and things of that nature, but we still have neighborhoods in our city that are in disrepair. We still have seniors that have to run an obstacle course to stand at bus stops in our city. So we committed ourselves to reducing our carbon footprint, but our shared economic prosperity plan is still kind of in its burgeoning stages. So we've scored and done great work on the green space. It's been the equitable space that we've had a problem seeing some real numbers. And let me be clear, there's no other city in the country I'd rather be doing it and we're living in terms of our strides. But when we get granular, and then when we add $250 million to the conversation and start looking at actual, scoring, we're doing better in our green space than we are in our equity space. And we're doing good in our equity space. Our racial equity, task force put together a great report. So, and I don't want to in any way suggest that we're not doing good, but relatively speaking, we're making strides. Our tree canopy is being restored. We're going to make sure we do that. We're going to have trees. We're going to have electric buses in Durham. But the corridor, Fayetteville Street corridor, Cheek Road, Junction Road, all these other areas that we've been talking about for decades in our city are still wanting. And if we're going to raise $250 million and stick equity on the title, then that's going to require us to lean in and have some hard conversations and set some hard standards. I just don't know if between February and May is enough time to do it, particularly thinking about the lift we had to go through with the affordable housing bond. All of the work we did with light rail, and it didn't happen. I believe in this council. I just believe that the clock for doing the work that is necessary, the requisite work, and positioning this in a way that our citizens, our residents will embrace it and can fully embrace it and not with knowledge and comfort. I just don't know. I just think that's a short runway between now and May. But I have full confidence in this council that they will look out for equity moving forward. So I just wanted to add that conversation. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much. Other comments, colleagues? Adriana?
Thank you. I just wanted to note, I appreciate that, Councilmember Middleton. And I think that this is why it's the conversation we're having right now. And I think we'll continue to have it because at every stage of our, or every meeting that we have where we have a planning case, these are the things that are going to continue to come up. And so I'm mindful of that at all times. And I think that the speed is definitely always a point of contention, and acknowledging that who gets left out of the conversation is often people of color who are not directly involved and often mostly impacted. I do hold that tension, but I do think that the work that's been happening around equitable engagement has been fast and furious and hasn't stopped since last year. And I know with the comp plan work and with the transit work that's still happening, there are a lot more people engaged and even more prepared to respond than there were 2 years ago. And I'm very grateful to our community engagement team with the Neighborhood Improvement Services for the work that they've done over the last few years to get that up and running and engaging folks consistently, ongoing. And so when our department, the director of the Department of Transportation, Sean Egan, says, that this Slow Streets program is working and they're actually being nationally recognized, I think that that's the reason why. And so I just wanted to amend my the confidence in the council to also just confidence in how the staff has also been moving, and just acknowledging that a lot of transformation is happening, and I wholeheartedly support creating a very transformative, equitable green bond in any way, shape, and form, whether it's this year or next year. But I do know that it has to happen. And I think Councilmember Caballero mentioned in tandem, I think Councilmember Reese mentioned in tandem. I do know that this year, considering the projects that we do have in the pipeline, either we're gonna end up increasing that, that 11% to 11 cents to something else this year, or we're gonna do a bond this year, because the projects are just gonna continue to back up. There's not enough money in that. There's not enough money there for the projects that need to happen. And that's not to say the plan projects, that's just on staff. We know we have to do maintenance and repairs. We know while we're doing maintenance and repairs that we could actually be putting in place the green infrastructure, which might be solar or what have you. And so I just want to make sure that we don't try to push it all to next year. So one way or the other, we've got to do something this year that actually will help alleviate this pressure, because we just keep pushing it back. Last year, I'm not for certain, but I'm going to assume that not a lot of projects got done.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, colleagues?
I just want to know what staff needs to hear from us, because we've all said a lot, and I want to make sure that we're giving them what they need to move forward.
So staff wanted to have this discussion with City Council. We will be looking at some point for you, Mayor, and Council to give us, the direction to proceed or not proceed with additional work toward a bond. If we're talking about adding money to the CIP and what kinds of projects that we may be able to change the order of, or even change the priority of, that discussion is more ongoing, that we can complete, as we talked about in the first the first presentation. That's more tax increase discussions that we can make more holistically when we've looked at everything that we want to bring into focus for this year. But if we're gonna, if this council is serious about doing a bond in November or whenever the election happens, then there are some refinements of the projects, getting those things in place in order to do that. So that is the direction that we need. We don't need it today. We don't need it right this moment, but we need it.
And you need it soon. So let me just make some comments. Thank you very much, Madam Manager. One question that I think would be important to know, I think if the election date is pushed back, that statewide, a lot of people who have already been looking towards what they consider necessary bond referenda in November are going to want to have them in the election, the municipal election that might replace the November election. So I think that there will be, and I've already heard a little bit about this from a couple of other mayors through the Metro mayors, that there may be considerable interest in having the possibility of bond referenda in. So, for example, we don't know this, but if the municipal election was pushed back until May and July, say, that there would be a lot of interest in the possibility of having municipal referenda then. So I think that's one thing I'm interested in. And I wonder if our city attorney or bond counsel or whoever is appropriate could kind of do a little work on that. Yeah, Charlie put the question in the chat that I don't know the answer to that question, but that would be something I was curious about and interested in. I think everybody's raised some really important questions, and I'm contemplating the timing and very appreciative of everything that everyone has said. I think it's some hard questions, and if we are able to do this next year in mid-year or something, to me that changes the timing question a lot. I think it does give us more of a runway, and I think that more of a runway is really going to be helpful. I will also say that going into the housing bond, we were definitely much better prepared at this point, no question. We had a lot more, the projects had been so much, there was just so much community preparation by the time we really started revving up for the housing bond. And the projects were very well defined. And so I do agree that it will be challenging to make that happen if we're going to do that this November. I also hear the urgency and feel the urgency around the climate and around our quality of life and around the equity that we can create through this bond. And so I'm just saying to you all that I'm thinking about it, as I know you all are. On the one potential way to go, so one of the things before we had the housing bond, we had the penny for housing, then we had the 2 pennies for housing. And then we felt when we were ready for the bond, when we had big projects, when the housing authority was ready with big projects and we had other big projects that we wanted to do, we put the bond on top of that. And so I think that's something we could also be thoughtful about now. And I thought what David presented us with was really interesting and important about that a penny for the bond will give you $50 million over the life of the bond. It'll give you $100 million over 10 years. And so I think that, and when I look at these projects, the other thing about them that is striking to me, and I'm reflecting here, you can tell, I don't know, but one of the things about them is that there are not a lot of them that are really huge, so that they do seem like things that are fundable through, a penny, adding penny to the debt, or some amount to the debt, without a bond, because you don't get it as fast, but you get more money over time, and you get it at a rate, and you get it for projects that aren't real big. But then there are some that are potentially bigger. There's the potential MRF, there's the potential organics recycling facility that do seem more susceptible to the need for bond funding. So it seems like, thinking ahead, and Javiera and DeJoanna both mentioned this, I think others as well, maybe some combination of these things seems important. I'm not really sure about the timing, and I'm not really sure about how to get more guidance about the timing. I think that would be the issue for me is, and Bo, I'll throw this to you. Is there anything that you think that you all could add to our thinking in the near future that would help us with the timing if we were to go the bond route?
Again, I'm thinking off the cuff here. I think certainly we could take a look at the universe of projects that we discussed this morning and do a sifting based on which ones are a little bit more shovel ready or a little bit farther along in their development. That could inform a discussion of timing. I think the city attorney mentioned in the chat that she'll be coming back with some guidance on the shifting of the referenda date and whether or not that has an impact. So I think that feedback might be useful as well. And then, I think beyond that, I think as the city manager intoned, I think hearing a little bit more from the city council about your priorities and, which amongst this very large universe of projects really piqued your interest. I think those three things would help us inform a discussion of timing. Obviously, as you indicated, and some of your colleagues, a decision to put more resources or a tax increase to the CIP is a less fraught conversation. I think that would put the onus on us to determine which of these projects would be able to kind of be accelerated and moved to the front, because that funding would certainly come the soonest if that were a decision that the council were to make. That funding and therefore the projects funded by that funding would need to be accelerated. So again, I'm rambling a little bit, Mayor, but I think those are my thoughts to your question.
Yeah, well, that's helpful. Charlie, let me make one more comment, and then I'll get to you. Just one other thing I wanted to say, which is I worry a lot when we talk about the most recent controversy that's come to us from a loud voice. One of the real, like Cheek Road, those are important for sure. But I think the point of having the equity analysis is that you're not just hearing the loud voices. And, the really great thing that I love about our government here in Durham is that our staff really doesn't let the politics that we hear leak over into the analysis that they do. So, for example, I know that, on the bike ped plan, I know there are lots of other neighborhoods that would love to be on that bike ped plan and, would love to lobby for that. But I think that, the beauty of what that we empower our staff to do their work kind of free of those politics, not free of our policies in the sense that we need a race equity analysis, but free of the politics of the loud voices that come to us is just something I hope we'll really keep in mind. Okay, so Charlie.
I just wanted to drop a quick note of caution about the possibility that our municipal election will move to next year. Just so folks are aware, this is a proposal that was made by the director of the State Board of Elections in the last several days. There was the House Committee on Elections had a hearing yesterday. I don't know if you call it a hearing. Anyway, the director made a presentation at the House Elections Committee, and much to my dismay, I sat in and listened to it. Unfortunately, it wasn't until 45 minutes into the presentation that she even started talking about the local elections issue. Then a majority of the questions after her presentation had to do with the 2020 elections, not the 2021 elections, which I understand that was controversial and people need to make their political points they want to make about it, and that's fine. But the caution I'd want to leave you with is that only one Republican House member addressed the issue of the 2021 municipal elections directly. I can't remember what county he was from, but his perspective
Brunswick.
Yes, Brunswick. Thank you, Brunswick County. That's right. And his perspective seemed to suggest that there might be support to move local elections where they have to move them, because obviously they have to for those elections that are run in districted wards or districts that are elected solely from those districts. But that for other types of elections, there may not be as much support for that. And I think, unfortunately, Republican displeasure at the State Board of Elections about stuff that happened last year may carry over into their decision about how they weigh the arguments that she is making, the director's making about the other issue, our issue. And so I don't have any real forecast on that, except to say that the one person who spoke seemed to be skeptical of moving elections like Durham's. So that's something I don't want us all to assume that because this was in the press this week that it was going to move. So that's all I wanted to add.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. I think we don't know yet for sure, and it's very uncertain at this point. Mark Anthony.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. And this has been a great conversation. I really, I feel in a better position to engage this green and equitable infrastructure bond a little more steady footing after this conversation. I do, and Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your point, Steve. I appreciate your point about the staff not, insulating themselves from politics. I do. Some people are loud because they haven't been heard for a long time, and oftentimes, oppressed people have had to raise their voices sometimes, and speaking softly sometimes is a luxury of having, you get what you want all the time, so you don't have to yell. And I know that the staff is in tune with equity, and oftentimes, and this, you're one of our chief champions of this. But the reason why we have to bring a racial equity lens to the stuff we've done is because some of the stuff has been baked into the equation historically. So I certainly agree that the finger in the wind technique should not be practiced by our staff, and our staff brings the utmost professionalism to their work. But for a lot of folk, we're kind of by inertia, the system has already been cooked in a way where you don't have to push some buttons or raise some voices because it's already going to work that way. So some of us get loud sometimes, but it's because when you haven't been heard for so long, sometimes you raise your voice. But I do want to affirm the importance of our staff working in an environment that's free from political considerations or finger in the wind. But I do also want to acknowledge folk who might be watching and listening. We understand why you get loud sometimes, and why we've had to lift every voice sometimes and make some noise from time to time. But I do appreciate the admonition. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Point taken. Colleagues, do we think we have done it for now? Not that we know exactly what we've done. Sometimes we do better in offering solid direction. Bo, let me try this, and then I'll see if my colleagues think that this is a reasonable way to move. It's February the 25th, and the date that David told us we would need to be there, begin action, would be May the 3rd. So, Bo, let me just offer this, colleagues, and as a tentative way to proceed. This is not something that I have strong advocacy for, but I want to try to help us shape something for the staff. How about we ask the administration to formulate a $50 million potential bond that we ask them to bring back to us in a month, the shape of this bond, this potential bond, and what would be necessary from a race equity standpoint for us to be able to successfully, vet the projects, or to let us know that they feel like they are already previously successfully vetted in that way. And that, I say a month, wouldn't have to be a month, it could be a little longer, it could be 6 weeks, I guess, but something in that time period. And that we have a little bit more to look at that has more of a shape. What we have now is the catalog of we have a giant menu, but it hasn't really been shaped. Just to think about that a little bit more, I just did some quick addition on the current CIP, and I added something like, my math just was rough, maybe $270 million in the current CIP for the next 10 years. Not all that's general fund spending, of course, but so I'll just offer that as a potential way to proceed. And see, the manager is here, and either from Wanda or Bo, anyone that would like to comment.
So, and you're probably going to have some more discussion, and Bo, please jump in as well. Putting a number is one thing, $50 million in a bucket. We've had a lot of discussion here about, different opinions about, priorities and topics, and whether it is, things that are already in our plans or things that have never been conceived of. So we can take the 50 million, but we would need a little more guidance on where you want us to focus that 50 million from just what I just said.
Okay, so here's my thought on that. And I think let me ask, you mean categories?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so my thought on that is that this might be an opportunity for the council to employ the paired weighting that I advocated last time, which all of my other colleagues rejected. But I am thinking that in this case, it might be more, maybe it would gain more acceptance, because we're not talking about doing individual analysis of individual proposals, but we would be prioritizing categories of infrastructure. So that's one thought I have as a way to proceed, but I'm open to others and would love any suggestion that you staff have, or anything from the council. Bo, do you have anything, you have any thoughts on that?
I think, Mayor, your comments echoed sort of thoughts I was having, that, working with BMS staff, budget staff, who I know have been very thoughtful in the past about working with council on prioritization tools. We could propose a quick exercise that if your colleagues on the council are amenable to, could at least give us a very rough cut thought on some of what we've presented. I think I might suggest, at least my early thinking would be to keep those categories at a very high level, to get some high level feedback between the more infrastructure oriented side of this, kind of that first half of the presentation, the sidewalks, the trails, the access, pedestrian access, being one large category with a few maybe larger subcategories in it, and then the focus on sustainability and some of those projects being a second category with some subcategories. If council were willing to participate in an exercise like that, I'd be happy to work with the manager and the budget staff, as well as the team who helped develop these projects, and try and think through what an exercise might look like.
I think that would be great. Colleagues, can I see some thumbs? Do you like that idea? Okay, I think we got thumbs. Okay, I think that would help. Charlie.
I just wanted to add that exercise will be useful whether we decide to go forward with a bond this year, whether we decide to create a longer community engagement process that puts a bond on the ballot in 2022, and in the meantime boost our borrowing capacity using the tax rate this year to help fund a selection of projects from the buckets that ranked highest in this exercise. So I think it's useful no matter which way we go, and I appreciate the staff being ready to do that work for us.
Thank you. Agreed. All right. Have you all got what you need?
We have a start.
We appreciate you. You know, sometimes this is the way big things start. It's not always neat. It's often a lot of ideas on the table, and that's what we've got. And that's really what these retreats are for, I think, where we can have these kinds of free-ranging discussions that are outside of our normal council meetings, where we're, going through one contract after the next. So appreciate my colleagues and all they brought to it. And I will just say that we've got a lot of more thinking to do. So thank you. Thank you, Bo. Thank you, David. Much appreciated. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Bertha?
Yes, so we were scheduled for a break until 11:45. So I need to know if you all need an additional 5 minutes to get the full break. What time would you like to come back?
Well, are you okay with us taking a break? Do you think we're on schedule? So are you good with that?
I am.
All right. How about we come back in 10 minutes at 11:45?
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, 11:45. We'll see you 10 minutes.
Just a reminder to staff that if you stay in the Zoom room, we are still on a live feed to YouTube. So please be cognizant of that and mute yourselves. Thank you.
All right, friends, we're at 11:45. And I think we're ready for our next part of the agenda. But before we do that, though, the clerk has asked me, and I agree with her, colleagues, at the end of this agenda, if we could stay for 5 minutes to try to set the closed session time that we have upcoming, I would appreciate that. Okay, Bertha, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Bertha Johnson, Director of Budget and Management Services. I want to also add my thanks to Bo and David and John and the departments for the presentation that you just had before the break. We just started having those discussions really on Friday, and they were able to pull together an awesome presentation. So I want to thank them for their hard work and Bo's leadership with the presentation with his department directors. So the next item on our agenda is City Council request. And this is an opportunity for us we have a presentation, and we also want to get any additional feedback from you all today, and any follow-up that needs to happen before we discuss the request again on March 1st, and again as we finalize the budget development guidelines. It's just background. We started this process last year for obvious reasons. We weren't able to fully implement. In November, we asked City Council members to submit their budget requests to us by December 31st. We received 11 budget requests totaling over $2 million from City Council members. At our last discussion on February 4th, City Council selected the scorecard ranking methodology to use for vetting projects. We also agreed, in addition to the staff developing a team to vet the projects using the scorecard ranking, that City Council members would also score the projects individually and share those scores with us, and you'll see those later in the presentation. So just a reminder of the scorecard ranking. So what I want to point out here is the criterion we use to score the projects, but also keeping in mind that the projects that would score the highest or rank the highest would be transformative, would serve the entire population, or be available, would advance equity, would align with the strategic plan initiative, which means an action item. The funding would be one-time versus recurring, and the administrative impact would be minimal. And those would be the projects that would score the highest in this process. So here is a look at the staff scorecard rating. So just to be transparent about the team, we share with you all that we would be appointing an internal team to work together to score the projects. We had the budget analyst from the budget team, as well as Robin Baker from our PD staff. And from OPI, we had Aaron Parrish, who serves on the citywide race equity team, as well as Shannon Delaney from the OPI team. So there was a cross-section of folks working on it from different perspectives in terms of looking at the dollars, but also really focusing on equity. So here is how the projects were scored, just to share with you how each project was scored. So just for example, if you look at the Basketball Saves Lives, you can see it was selected by the staff to be transformative, served a subset of the population. It did advance equity. It aligned with the strategic plan objective. It required recurring funding, I believe, over 2 years, and that it would be a new process would have to be implemented to implement the program at the city. So that's an example. So here's the overall ranking according to the staff ranking. You can see the DEAR program was #1, Immigrant Legal Defense Fund #2, so on and so on. And you see the dollar amounts associated with those. Again, a higher score would go to a project that was one-time funding versus recurring. And several of these required recurring funding, not necessarily long-term, but at least 2 years. And if they were positions, obviously, that would be even longer term funding. So here is the overall ranking council scoring. This is my first time seeing the scoring. This was just finished this morning. So you can look at this as it compares to, and John, you can flip back and you can see Deere was #1, for example, according to the council scores, and also #1 on the staff scoring. And obviously you did not have this presentation before today because we just finalized it this morning. But because there are only 10 projects on the list, it's pretty easy to see how they align with the internal scoring as well as the council scoring. And just as a reminder, at the February 4th agenda item included a summary of all the projects as well as staff analysis with additional information that you could use, as many of you probably did, to make your scoring decisions. So any questions before I move on?
I have a question. On the staff ranking for city council salary equity, what new process would be required?
So that's a very good question, and we struggled with that. John and Laura, Assistant Budget Director, because on the one hand you say, well, you're just an employee, you're just going from part-time to full-time. On the other hand, what we struggled with was finding comparative analysis about what other councils are giving full-time staff who are in a council or a administrative position, such as a council. So that was the new process, was that there would need to be some sort of evaluation of what would be, how you benchmark it with how other people pay full-time councils or commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the other part of that was, how do you move forward with that? Would you continue to do increases each year? What would you tie that increase to? The salary increase, would it be performance? Would it be merit-based? Would it be population? Would it be growth? Would it be? So what process was being in place to keep those pay increases moving forward?
This is Councilmember Caballero. So I'm just going to share that on some of these, and I'll say this was around the language access coordinator specifically. So in some of these cases, what I did not see in the formula, which I'm just curious about, is, so in some cases, I think there's duplication, right? So some of the components, that is not a question that's asked. Is this duplicative of other work that other departments are doing? Or that we have identified. Another question I had, if you're asking for, with the language access coordinator, it was a new process and a new staff. I think on the staff scoring, and on my scoring, it was just new staff, because we're supposed to have a language access plan that the person would in theory be implementing. So I didn't understand how that was a new process on the staff side. And then further, there's no place to say, is this a need in the long term that hasn't been met? When I think about a language access coordinator, the city of Greensboro has had one for 10 years. And that could be applied for other places. I'm just using this one. So there's not anywhere in the formula itself to think about that, to think about the need in the organization as a whole, because that is not there, even though it should be. So those were I'm just naming some of the places that I struggled with. I incorrectly did a couple of, because I thought the Deere funding may end up being recurring, like even if the amount is lessened. So I did not do that one as a one time, and the same with El Centro. I thought that was recurring, and that was my miss. So I think those would have ended up higher, although both of them, I think Deere ended up my #1 anyway. But I just wanted to say that to my colleagues, that in some of those I ended up doing them reoccurring when they actually aren't, at least based on what's being shared today. And so they would have moved up or down based on that.
So I want to point out a few, respond to a few of your questions and comments. So the analysis that we share with you as part of the agenda item had all of that information in it. It had whether it's recurring or not. It also answered questions around, for example, the basketball saves lives. It went out to Parks and Recreation. They provided information back in terms of what, how they would move forward with that if they were given additional funding. So that was part of the analysis. And then, so it's not part of the ranking, but it was part of the analysis. And then I would also say that when we talked about the scorecard, we went through it and we asked, if there were other things that you all wanted to add in terms of the scoring. And obviously we can't add everything. So you have to keep it to a manageable number of criterion. But that information was part of the analysis. And I'm happy to reshare that. Lindsay can send that out. As a matter of fact, she sent it to me this morning. She can go ahead and send out to you all that has that analysis that you saw. It was back on February 4th, but it did have a lot of that information.
I appreciate that. I use that analysis in part of my ranking, specifically around where else does this live? And so are there other departments, even though it wasn't directly asked, are there other departments who do this work, who could expand their work? And so does it need to be dedicated funding in this way?
I had a couple of, could I ask you all to go ahead and email this to us now?
Yes, absolutely.
So we can look at all the slides, and then just a couple of considerations that were in my mind. I did not rate the stipends for the boards and committees or the grant funding for the boards and committees high, although I support them, but I didn't rate them high, but they're also inexpensive. And I think that's another thing is a consideration for me, is what are things that we want to do that we can fit into our budget that will move us along. So, and then there are certain things, for example, in the where the ones that, the staff had indicated that, had previously, and I can't remember, maybe it was in this, that there are certain parts of this that they would be supportive of funding. And, that seemed like good guidance to me. So all of this is just to say, I don't think the impact of having grants for boards and commissions is very high compared to some of these other things, but I also think that the cost is very low, or relatively low. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
I would just add that in budget, that's something we struggle with all the time. Sometimes aspirational things cost a lot of money, and sometimes things that are not really big priorities don't take a heavy lift. And I just remind everybody, it was a council member who said this a number of years ago, I forget who, that these kind of tools are just that. They're tools to help make decisions, but they're not the decision making itself.
Yeah. Thank you, John. All right, colleagues. Other questions and comments? I can't see all of you all, but I'm happy to just, pitch in here. Now I can see all.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry, I was hiding because I'm eating a snack. So just in terms of the making of the decisions, what process are we using at this point? Like, I think it would be helpful to get a sense of which proposals that a majority of the board wants to move forward. And then maybe those can be included with the big package of all of the administrative asks that the staff wants to move forward when we come back and look at all of the proposals together. I'm wondering what is the thing that we have to do now so that the next thing can happen?
So to John's point, you all agreed that you wanted this to be information to use in decision-making. We talked about, and I think we had it, maybe we skipped it in the presentation. We talked about, this very thing, whether you all wanted to say, we want to choose, the items, the top 5 ranked items. We want to set aside a dollar amount for council budget requests. That is what you all need to decide. once you make that decision, we will finalize that list and share it back out with you all. And then that is what we will include in the budget development guidelines, that projects ranked 1 through 5 will be included in the budget, or a certain dollar amount will be included in the budget to support city council requests, which means you also don't have to necessarily use those dollars the way they're ranked in this presentation. You could set aside a dollar amount and say, item 2, it ranked, but we really think this other item is an item we'd rather move forward at this time. So it's up to you all to make that decision. We just need to know how you want us to move forward.
Great. And so we should do that now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So Steve, I don't know how you want us to do that.
I'll give you some thoughts. Did you all send us the email yet, Bertha, with the?
Will someone let us know if they've sent out the presentation?
I haven't received it yet. The reason I'm asking is I think that way we could look
It
at.
should be sent to you by now. I'm not.
It's on its way.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I'm just thinking that way we'll have it up. We can put it up on our iPads and, or on our computers and be able to look at those things and have a discussion at the same time. So
I would offer one other suggestion. Since you're waiting for that presentation, we're scheduled to go to 1 o'clock. If you all want to take a few minutes and look at that, so that you're not trying to do it, in real time. If you want to take a few minutes and look at the presentation.
That's a great suggestion. While we're waiting for that email to arrive, it hasn't hit my box yet, but I am going to take this opportunity then to have another quick discussion with council. Colleagues, we're trying to schedule a closed session on a personnel matter. As you all know, we're hoping to have it on March the 4th, and everyone could do it 11 o'clock, but several people could not stay could only leave at 11:45. So I wonder if I could ask you all now to check your calendars and see if possibly that you could begin the meeting at either 10 or 10:30 on March the 4th. Could you all just do that right now and let me know?
Mr. Mayor, I have a meeting at 10 a.m., but I can move it if it works for everyone else.
Okay, thank you. Other colleagues?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be traveling that day. 11 had put me in the position to kind of settle and be in position.
Okay.
10 may be cutting it close for me.
Would 10:30 be a possibility?
10:30 would be better, yeah, for me.
Okay. I'm trying to make it so that we can at least get an hour together.
Mayor, I can't believe we will need longer than 45 minutes on that topic. I don't see it.
Okay.
But
Well,
if you want to meet at 10:30, that works for me.
We'll meet
Okay.
at 10:30 as well.
Let's see if Deidreana can and Pierce. Pierce says a thumbs up. Deidreana, I know you have a tight schedule. Could you meet it? You got a thumbs up. Okay. How about this? We'll meet at 10. Yeah. So we'll meet at 10:30. Mark Anthony, I guess you're the big question mark. Do you think that would work for you?
I'll make 10:30 work. I may be
Okay.
shuffling about and won't be on camera, but I'll make it work.
You might need to shave. Who knows? Okay. Great. Colleagues, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you advertise that meeting for 10:30 on March the 4th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Thanks, colleagues. I thought that Bertha had a great suggestion. We've now received the email from Lindsay. Colleagues, would you like to take a 10-minute break to look at these and give it some thoughtful consideration? And we could come back at 12:15 and discuss it. How does that sound? Everybody good with it? Okay, we're going to take Bertha's thoughts. We're gonna give this some consideration. You have an email from Lindsay Bonneau in your inbox now. See you all in 10 minutes at 12:15. All right, thank you, everyone. Bertha, thank you for that suggestion. I think that was really helpful. At least it was to me. I'm going to make a suggestion in answer to Jillian's question about how to proceed and see if you all like the suggestion. We have, as you probably did, I put the staff and the council rankings side by side. And I'm going to suggest that we had 4 of the proposals that ranked highest amongst both groups. There was the DEER program ranked first amongst both groups. The staff rated the Legal Defense Fund and the We Are the Ones Fund second. And the council rated We Are the Ones and Legal Defense Fund second and third. And the El Centro funding was ranked 4th by each. I would say that those 4 proposals where staff and council were in the total agreement. One thought I have is that we could advance those 4 as ones that we support. They are the council's first, second, third, and fourth choices. The second, and the total cost of those, just to would be $462,000 plus whatever portion of the We Are the Ones fund that we wanted to fund, and staff had some recommendations on that. So that's my first recommendation, would be to advance those 4 proposals. The groups that the ones that had the second highest average between staff and council were the Community Resiliency Fund and the stipends for the boards and commissions. We could discuss those, of course, as well. So, and we can discuss any of them. But let me just start with those first 4 and see if we can come to agreement on that, if anyone has any thoughts on how to proceed other than what I'm suggesting. Javiera?
Thank you. I would just like to have some clarification from staff, because in the council's part it's 250,000, but within the staff analysis it was less for the We Are the Ones fund, and I know that they have also applied to PV. So just want to have some conversation on the amount. I think that that's right as far as the top 4. I just want to understand the money.
So
Thank
I will
you.
ask,
Yeah.
I believe Lindsay and Robin are both on. If you have questions about the dollars, it was also, I think they broke it out in the attachment we sent today. I'm sure you didn't have, obviously didn't have an opportunity to read all of that. So I asked Lindsay to come on and respond to that question.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lindsay Bino, budget analyst. The amount that's in the analysis and that's on this table is that 250,000, and that was the total amount requested by We Are the Ones for the city. And so we included that total amount, obviously with the understanding that council could choose to fund less depending on, or choose to fund the different components depending on what your thoughts were on doing so. And so that's the analysis dives deeper into what those different components are and sort of creates like a laundry list of possibilities.
Lindsay, you recommended funding certain aspect of that. Can you speak to that?
Yes. So we recommended funding the We Are the Ones ambassadors, primarily because it seemed like those were the first, that was one of the primary steps in the process for information gathering for future projects. It also appeared that some of the other components were a little bit less developed in terms of how much funding would actually be needed. For example, the mutual aid centers, it was unclear whether or not they would need rent for the mutual aid centers. And that was going to be determined, I believe, in Q3. And so it seemed like the timing worked best to begin funding the We Are the Ones ambassadors, do the information gathering and see what sort of projects would come from that. And then potentially, if council wanted to fund those projects in the future, have We Are the Ones come back and give more detail around those projects and any costs associated with the mutual aid centers.
And Lindsay, confirmed that Durham County has not committed funding to this. Is that correct?
That's, as far as I know, that's correct, yes.
I wonder if we know, I wonder if Pierce knows any more about Durham County's interest at this point. Do you know?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm looking at page on the analysis page, I think it's 23 here, 24. My page numbers are a little funky. We're the Ones Fellows Ambassadors, total request 187. Our third of that would be $62,400. Is that what you all are recommending as the first step, Lindsay?
Yes, that is.
Okay. Okay. And then there was a comment or question about the PB. And I think, Bertha, you said that Robin was here and maybe could answer some questions about that. About are they applying to PB? Is that the question for the micro grants?
Andrew is here.
Yes, I'm here. Andrew Holland, Budget Engagement Manager. We actually had two interest meetings for nonprofits over the past couple of weeks, and the grant application actually opened about a week and a half ago. So there's still time for nonprofits to apply. They have a month. So the deadline is March 17th to apply, but we will be sure to follow up with the nonprofit and just to see if there's some interest for them to apply.
And I also believe Robin has been communicating with them about their interest or their communication with Durham County.
Yes, based on Robin Baker with Participatory Budgeting and the Budget and Management Services Department. And so based upon the last correspondence that we had with the We Are the Ones representatives, they were in the process of working with county staff to get on the commissioner's agendas. They were waiting on the December appointment of the new commissioners. And that is the latest information that we have of 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Robin and Andrew.
Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, I guess then I will modify my proposal a little bit to say that we support the $62,000 as an initial investment in the We Are the Ones for the ambassadors, that we support that, and the other top three that we begin this way, beginning with DEER, the Legal Defense Fund, and the El Centro funding as the top 4 items. And I'm very happy to entertain any discussion that you have. I'm sorry, Javier, did you?
I was just letting you know that Charlie's had his hand up for a little bit.
Charlie, sorry.
It's okay. Thanks, Steve. So with respect to the We Are the Ones ambassadors, it looks like in the presentation, which, by the way, Lindsay, you did a fantastic job on this analysis and the scorecard ranking. So thank you for putting all that together. That did not look easy. And I know on the budget request analysis, I can't imagine what it's like for a staff person to go through and vet requests from the elected officials who ultimately you work for. That was awesome. So thank you for that guidance and help. We appreciate that.
And you forgot to add that we're super mean.
Yeah, we're horrible. We're horrible people. So I guess my confusion about that is that we don't, without a commitment from the county on their portion. First of all, it's difficult to understand. It's difficult to see how we can commit to our third of that. number one. But number two, it was my understanding that the staff recommendation was actually to ask the Cypress Fund / Spirit House to use the philanthropic funds they've already raised for the administrative and programming costs for the centers, for the mutual aid centers, and for us to then pay for the ambassadors. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about what that recommendation means. I heard staff say, in response to your question, Steve, that the staff recommendation was 62.7 for the ambassadors, but it seems 62.4. But it seems like if I read that recommendation correctly, isn't the staff request actually for 187,200 for the city to pay for the ambassadors and for the nonprofit to pay for the mutual aid work and administration?
That's not the way I read it, but let's hear from, maybe we can hear from.
Or is the whole thing contingent on the county doing their part?
That's sort of what I was thinking that, I mean, we'll hear from staff. The way I read this, request city 62,400 for the WAT, We Are the One Fellows, ambassadors. But I may be wrong, as I often am. So we'll hear from staff.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, one of the things that we typically do when we receive a proposal and it includes multiple funding sources, our analysis up to a point that we know for certain that the other funding sources are not going to be received, we would look at our part being, if it's a 3-part, we would look at our part being 1/3 of the total dollars. And so this analysis, our staff did a wonderful job under those assumptions. Over the weeks, not having as much information about the other funding sources, we can certainly, reshuffle the support or investment based on dollar figures and based on, other more finality around the total initiative. But that is the reason you see the 1/3 there, because our anticipation is that the other funding sources would be also supporting those fellows. So that hopefully that is helpful.
That's I appreciate that clarification. That's
right. So if the initiative,
I guess what I'd like to add or ask is, it seemed, are we recommending then, or are you all recommending that is this something we could do even if they didn't come in with this? I mean, it seems like with the ambassadors really is about the number of ambassadors that you have. And so we could fund a number of ambassadors. I think it's the total cost is 9. And so we would be funding essentially 3 of them, even if the county and the other partners didn't come in. And so I guess we could make an evaluation about that once we knew their plans.
And I think an important point about this particular recommendation is that we do support that component because we feel like it is a direct benefit to the community, but certainly the other administrative infrastructure that would have to be part of that structure would also have to be in place. And we anticipate that with the private support, and not knowing exactly what the county is going to be doing, there would certainly be, other funding other than the city funding, and we will be anticipating that.
So I think one thing, and I want to just notice that the staff righteously put in the last slide in our presentation that we would make these choices at the March 1st meeting, and then the manager would decide whether or not she wanted to put them in her budget presentation on the final date. So let's just be real clear about that. This decision does rest with us, but we're going to be under the continual care and guidance of our city manager and our budget director. Charlie.
Thanks, Steve. One of the other things I wanted to ask about was the language access coordinator. And Wanda, can you give us a preview about whether or not that has been, I believe that's been a departmental request. Can you give us a preview about how favorably you intend to view that request? Because it might help us scratch that off our list.
So we actually don't have a whole lot of requests that cross lines, if you will. But this is one of the requests that's coming, came from the administration as well as a council. We have reviewed our requests. We have not prioritized them and put them in the totality of the of the overall budget asks. But this is a very high priority for the administration to provide resources to our language access plan. So I can say that in this meeting as well.
That's great. Thank you for that update. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the council salary proposal. First of all, I just want to thank Pierce for bringing this forward. It's not a subject that it's easy to talk about as elected officials. Politically, it can be very toxic to say that we need to vote ourselves a raise, especially during a time when city employees didn't get a raise last year. We're looking at some modest raises this year, but certainly not anything close to what the adjustments we were considering pre-COVID. And I think there's just an inherent discomfort with folks talking about raising their own pay. That's just the way it is. The flip side of that is, as Pierce rightly says, this is a significant equity concern. The circle of people in the city of Durham who can afford to take on this responsibility, like financially afford to take on this responsibility, is small and is necessarily circumscribed by incredible layers of privilege and wealth. And so the idea that we should pay city council members a living wage for the work we do is a great idea in a number of different respects. But there's always the problem for me that if it cost, $80,000 this year to do that, that is not the first, second, or third place I would choose to spend an extra $80,000 in our budget. But that's just inherent in the budget process. I think we ought to consider trying to leapfrog some of those concerns by taking a look at when the latest term of any current sitting member expires, which is, I believe, December of 2023 at this point. Changes to the elections notwithstanding, I think that's right. And consider codifying an increase in the pay of city council members that is pegged to the living wage, Durham living wage at 2,080 hours a year, basically, to increase every year as the living wage increases, not linked to the kind of the performance measurement process in any way, because I don't know how you do that. And to have that be effective in January 1st, 2024. That way, none of us is actually voting ourselves a pay increase, because there's absolutely no guarantee that any of us will be in office then. And the voters will be able to have their say in between a decision to do that and the effective date. But we will have made a commitment that going forward, we are going to do our level best to make sure that everyone can afford to do this job without regard to their financial circumstance. That has nothing to do with running for office, which is his own kettle of fish and incredibly hard and expensive in itself, time consuming. But to my mind, that seems to be a way to try to square the circle that we find ourselves in on that issue. And for that reason, I won't support putting in the budget this year, but I do think it's a conversation we need to have. And I think making it effective after all of us have faced the voters one more time, if we do, makes a lot of sense. I think those are the things I wanted to. One other thing. I think we should consider adding the stipends for boards, committees, and commissions. As Mr. Steve, as you said, it's a very low dollar addition to the request pool, it has a lot of the same benefits that increasing council salaries do. I think the burden on resident participation in our volunteer boards, committees, and commissions has been somewhat less in some ways during COVID, but in some ways it's been higher in terms of the need to have technology. You can't just get in your car, hop on the bus, and come downtown for a meeting. And so I think, but in precedented times, when we're not under COVID, I think we had a really good conversation about the barriers to entry, the barriers to coming to meetings. We talked through some of the ways that might be administrated in ways that are as low impact as possible, about encouraging board members who don't need the stipend to defer taking it. But I think as between the stipend and the grants for the boards, committees, commissions, which I both think are important and good ideas, I think the stipends makes a lot of sense to go ahead and move forward this year for those reasons. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Let me, I'm going to try to pare this down a little bit so we can focus on, I'm not trying to, I know everybody's got some comments, but let me go to the first, well, let me just start with the first 4 items and see how people feel about these, and then we'll open up discussion to more of the items. Do we want to recommend that the funding of the DEAR program, the legal defense, immigrant legal defense program, a portion of We Are the Ones, and we'll work, our staff will help us, give us some guidance, and the El Centro funding? Those are our top 4. And I just want to see if there's consensus on that. Okay, I see some thumbs. Mark Anthony, I'll let you comment. Okay, yeah, sure. You wanted to comment on those?
I did. I was giving my thumbs up now, but I did want to comment, but I'll reserve until you're ready to entertain.
Okay, great. So I know that, yeah. So Jillian, are you good with those? Okay, great. So I think that we have a consensus. I think Deidreana may have had to, she'd said that she'd had to leave briefly and be back. Oh no, but here she is. Okay, here she is with her thumb. Great, thank you very much. Okay, super. So those 4 then we will recommend, and then I'll now just ask, we've had some comment on some of the others, but looking forward to other comment, and I'll start with Mark Anthony.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks, colleagues. So I think it was a really, really productive conversation. I'm totally in agreement with those 4, moving forward with the 4. One question I did want to ask, I was part of a conversation not too long ago about phasing out the crime cabinet. And one of the points that was made was that we were cautioned against, or we were advised to look for duplicative efforts in the area. Maybe there are some other things that do, some other initiatives that do what the crime cabinet does. I'm wondering, and I can't get a sense of it from the reading from the staff reports, if the El Centro funding and the Immigrant Defense Fund funding, are they in any way overlapping in their mission? And if not, fine. But I'm just wondering if they are. But I support moving forward with the 4. I was going to raise, I wrote a note to myself to raise the issue about council pay increase, and Councilor Charlie said that, we can have a discussion about it. I disagree. I don't think we need to have any more discussion. I think he nailed it. I think that was a classic mic drop moment. What I wrote to myself far less eloquently than he was that I think we should pass it, but give voters a chance to fire each and every one of us for doing it before it goes into effect. So I want to totally associate myself with his comments. I'm totally for increasing it, but tethering it to the next election for the last one of us, or whenever all of us have had a chance to be fired for it, then it goes into effect. So I don't think any more discussion is necessary. I think he nailed that. I support also the moving forward with the stipends. I do remember our conversation when we discussed this prior, that at least a soft commitment to somehow identifying folk who are needful of the stipend, or not giving it to folk who didn't need it, because the concern was the folk who participate in our boards and commissions now don't need it. And that's the problem, that we want to get more folk to participate in our boards and commissions. And one of the ways to do that was to incentivize that through the stipend. It wasn't to address, lack or an equity issue with the folk who are already participating. It was a purpose for it. So I just want to revisit that animating proposition about the board and commission cut, because I remember us talking about that and asked if that's still going to be built into our boards and commission stipend structure, or are we looking at it the same way, Mr. Mayor, Steve, when you spoke about kind of the across the board tiered bonus conversation with our employees? I mean, if we're going to give everybody the same stipend on the boards and commissions, is that really equitable, or is that just equal? So just wanted to ask that.
Javier?
Yeah, I agree with the first four. I think that those are all, I think there's consensus there. The stipends piece, at least what I remember, was we were going to model it, I thought, off the PB stipend, which is that everyone's asked, everyone's offered the form, so it was, and you just did it anonymously, and it was presented as the needs-based, right? So we're encouraging folks who really need the stipend to apply for it. We didn't want to put a lot of burden on folks with like paperwork. So it was just, and we didn't want folks to feel like they had to, share that they needed it publicly. So it was kind of like, here's a form, we're asking folks who need this to apply for it. If folks don't need it, don't apply for it. And I thought that that's how we did it with PB, and it kind of worked well. The folks who had, and I know it was, I think, bus passes and things like that, but the folks who did need that support are the ones who ended up getting it. And I might be wrong, but that's what I remember from the conversation last year.
Jillian, do you want to comment on this one since you put that forward?
Sure. Yeah. The conversation we had last year, it was going to be opt-in. So exactly what Javier said. Folk, if they need the stipend, they fill out a form, and everyone will have to fill out a tax form for the city as well, because it'll be reportable on a W-9. So anyone who wants it can ask for it. And the budget only includes the budget anticipates that about 50% of people on our current boards and commissions will ask for it. I think that's a really conservative estimate. I think it'll be less, but the hope is that more people for whom a stipend is helpful will then apply for boards and commissions, and so utilization would go up over time.
That's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think your first question, Mark Anthony, was about potential, are the Immigrant Defense Fund and the El Centro funding, do they overlap? I would just say that I don't believe that they do. The El Centro funding is really for supporting their infrastructure. They are, a key institution. They get support from all the other area localities. We have sporadically given them support in the past, but this would institutionalize that. And then so that's, I would say that I wouldn't say there's overlap. And I would ask Javier if she agrees.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's no overlap.
Well, and let me say, Mr. Mayor, I'm familiar with the work of El Centro over the
Sure.
years, and they're an indispensable partner here in the city, and I'm excited to support the Immigrant Defense Fund as well. I think it moves us closer to who we say we are as a city. I'm excited to support in large part to the gravitas and leadership that Javier has brought to it, but on the merits of it as well. I think it goes directly to who we are as a city. So I appreciate the answering of the question, and I'm looking forward to supporting them both enthusiastically.
Thank you. Pierce.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate everyone's comments. I just had a quick question about with We Are the Ones and kind of reevaluating. So how would that work in a typical budget process? We need to make our decisions and we vote on it in June. What if we find out about the county chipping in May? how does that impact our ability to reevaluate if we're making a decision today only about 66,000? That's my question.
Well, I'll give an answer and then our staff can pitch in. I would say that if it's May, that's really late. But I would anticipate we won't hear from the county. We'll hear from the county earlier than that. And then we could reevaluate. But let me, I see the manager is here, and let me defer to her.
Yes. So I was about to say that very same thing. And, you know, when we're talking about this level of support in dollars, what we're talking about today, you know, may not be the exact penny that we're looking at. You know, before we would enter into an actual agreement, it would be an agreement that, you know, had a full scope of services, and everyone would understand, you know, the investment and the return on it. So I would just say that as we have a protocol, we're checking in with the group every couple of weeks just to get an update, because there is the county support, but it's also the support of the private foundation and where that fundraising is. So in the end, there's going to be commitments for a pool of money, and then we want to make sure that the city's, you know, contribution to that is one that that permits the initiative to be successful based upon the total sources of funds.
Okay, thank you for that, Wanda. And I guess I would just say next time y'all are talking with them, I know you check in every 2 weeks or so. If there are any deadlines around, you know, when you would need to find out about X before we can make a decision about Y, I would just want to make sure that we communicated that to the We Are the Ones folks. Because it sounds to me like if we don't figure this out within a particular timeline, then it might be put off until the next fiscal year, or I don't know if there are other places where we could pull from budget to fill in the gaps. So anyway, I'm just kind of wheels are turning around, really just deadlines. How soon do we need to hear back from the county, from philanthropy, before the city is ready to step in for the full 250, which it seems like we're willing to do, but today we're only committing to 66.7 because, you know, that's the portion of the program that we want to support now. But even that's contingent upon the infrastructure from other partners will be able to provide support for. So anyway, I'm just kind of thinking through that.
Pierce, I think also what would be useful, and I'm happy to do this along with you, is to have some discussion with our county commissioners and see where they are and see if they can, you know, do what you've done, which is advance the ball, you know? And so your colleagues are supportive. And so if you wanted me to join you with some discussions with, you know, a couple of county commissioners, I'd be happy to do that. And maybe we could, you know, talk next week and schedule a time. Maybe early next week, you and I can talk and schedule a time to try to talk to them. I'm happy to help with that, but I think that, you know, it's going to take your leadership as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that context.
Yeah, but I'm happy to be, you know, in the meetings and join you as an advocate.
I appreciate that.
I know
Thanks.
your colleagues on the council are as well. Okay, I'm looking at the list now, and let me tell you what I think we've done so far, and I'll ask Bertha if she's heard the same thing. We have agreed to support the funding for DEER, the Immigrant Legal Defense Funds, a portion of We Are the Ones with the discussions we're having, the El Centro funding. And we are also, I'm hearing general support for the salary increase for council at a future date after the 2023 election. But that I think we need some more council discussion of that to sort of formalize that. And we'll look to the staff to bring that to us at a time, you know, sometime soon, so that we can formalize that decision. So I think that's what we've decided. I've heard also substantial support for the stipends for the boards and commissions from at least 3 colleagues, maybe 4. So maybe I'll try to focus discussion there for just a minute, since we have heard several people speak for that. And I see Javiera is also adding her support to that. So colleagues, this is an expenditure of at the max $50,000. Do you want to add this to, I've already heard Mark Anthony, Charlie, and Javiera, and I see Pierce and Jillian and Deidreana. Okay, good. So I think we have unanimity there. The ones that we have not decided upon and can certainly discuss at this point are the basketball, the community resiliency fund, the language access, the refugee and immigrant coordinator, and grants funding for the boards and commissions. Does anyone want to speak at this point on any of them? Okay, Jillian.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to advocate a little bit for the grant funding for boards, committees, and commissions, even in a smaller amount, if folks were not comfortable with committing $50,000, but would be willing to commit a smaller amount, I think would be really helpful for our boards to do their work, particularly the boards that we have created that don't have an existing departmental relationship, because boards that do have that are able to get resources and support through the departments that they are connected to. But boards that we have created, like the Race Equity Task Force, the Workers' Rights Commission, the Women's Council, that I've served on, have had a really hard time with getting access to resources just to do small things. So the Race Equity Task Force wanted to have a facilitator come in and facilitate a couple of workshops for them. They needed money to pay them. And it was this, we weren't able to, it was this process to figure out how to make that happen, talking to Tom, figuring out where there might be sources of funding. Recently, the Women's Council wanted a small amount of money to join North Carolina Coalition Against Domestic Violence and get access to those resources. And so I worked that out through the clerk's office, but had initially offered to pay for it out of my expense funds. Obviously, travel isn't happening. So there's ways for resources to be allocated, but I think it would be really beneficial to have some kind of central pot of funding where boards and committees and commissions could access resources for those pieces of work. And we've heard particularly from the folks on the Racial Equity Task Force that this lack of resources was a barrier to them, and that they want some kind of resourcing for the commission moving forward, which I think is reasonable, but I think it's reasonable to do it for all the boards so that they all have access to provide food at a meeting or hire a facilitator for an event. And I think the amount could be tweaked to fit, whatever we think is reasonable. I doubt that all of the funding that I proposed would be used in the first year. I kind of just wanted to make sure there would be enough, and there are a lot of boards and commissions, but yeah, some of them have access to resources that others don't, and I think it is a fairness issue right now.
Thank you. Other comments on that?
Oh, no.
I would say that I'm certainly open to that, and it could be a different number. It could be 25,000, and see how that goes. But I'm interested in other comments.
Mr. Mayor, are you interested in just the specific grant piece or on all of it, the ones that we're still trying to work through?
I'm just going to stick with the grant one now.
Okay.
I think if there are other ones we want to talk about, yeah, I think that will help. I think it'll be better if we can focus.
I'm open to, depending on where we are, I think we could lower the amount, and then like many other things, it's just not that much money, and it could really help our boards and commissions out. So definitely open to having that conversation. And would like to hear from my colleagues, but if there's agreement on a lower amount, it isn't a lot of money.
I could be there too.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess I coming in, I was kind of agnostic about this, and I was holding it in tension with the stipend piece, and when I say in tension with the stipend piece, I guess I was just wondering what the scope of work was for the boards, and that it is our intent, or how we envision these boards doing their work. Is it leaving the realm of kind of voluntary boards and commissions, where they get into a realm where they would need grant funding to do stuff. But listening to the Mayor Pro Tem, I find her compelling, and I think that the things she's outlined make sense. I would certainly support it. 50 grand or lower at the $25,000 mark. But in listening to the Mayor Pro Tem and thinking back kind of to my own work and in the community and stuff, it would be nice to give them the flexibility to do some things. Again, I was just thinking that were we looking at an expansion of their responsibilities, that to more work than we actually advertise. But listening to the Mayor Pro Tem kind of delineate kind of things they'd be doing with it, I think it's a good thing. So I would support it, even at the lower amount or at the stated amount.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've heard 4 voices of support. I'm going to ask that we consider it at the $25,000 level, and then we can see how that goes. I see a thumb from Jillian. I see a thumb from Pierce. I see a bunch of thumbs. Okay. I'm going to add that to this then. We are now, let's see, I'm just working through my little chart here. By my calculation, I think if we did these, just the things we've said, we would, and if there was a tax increase needed for them, which we don't know yet, but certainly quite possible, it looks like about $603,000, depending a little bit also though on the expenditures they rise for We Are the Ones. And so that's more than, it's somewhat more than 1/6 of a penny on the tax rate. I think I've got that about right. Did I have that about right, Bertha?
I'm not adding it, but I'm sure some of the folks on my team are, so they can drop it in the chat.
Okay. All right. And so Javiera, you're next.
Yeah, so I'm the one who put in the language access coordinator and listening, and the immigrant and refugee affairs coordinator, knowing that public affairs has also put it in, and city manager Wanda Page has already stated that it is a priority for staff. I'm fine with removing it out of our column because I know that there's alignment, and I know that staff has seen the need for one. So that's where I'm at on that one. On the immigrant and refugee affairs coordinator role, that was put forward partly as both a city and county position. So if I think about, and all I know is that I sent the budget analysis to Commissioner Alum, who's leading it on the county side. I'm willing to say, is there interest in moving it forward if the county agrees? Because then our commitment is basically half, which is at, the highest pay range was 84,000. So we can half that number. And if there isn't a commitment from the county to do a joint funded position, I'm comfortable with not moving it forward. But just wanted to hear what my colleagues had to say about that. Additionally, and this is something that I've learned a lot about this past year, leading the Immigrant and Refugee Roundtable. I've done a lot of that work, not necessarily what I would think, I see the need for it in staff based on what the conversations I've had with our refugee resettlement organizations, based on the fact that we will be getting, we've had 4 years of not as much migration. into Durham that we're going to be seeing in the next few years. And the folks who are going to be showing up in our communities from the border, who are predominantly Central American, and then the folks that we will be getting through the kind of traditional refugee process, expecting a lot of Syrians, and I guess Rohingyans is maybe the other population. These are folks who've been sitting in camps for several years. They're showing up in Durham, highly traumatized, and I think we need to be proactive in really having the infrastructure to support these residents, which is one of the reasons that I put the position forward.
Thank you. Other discussion of that item? Mark Anthony?
Thanks, Steve. And I'm intrigued by the proposition of having an actual municipal worker to deal with those kind of issues. I guess my question is, and I defer to Javier's enormous amount of work in this area. I guess what would the person actually do? Like, what would their week-to-week activity look like? And let me be honest about part of what informs the question is we've been so conditioned oftentimes to think about these issues from a federal lens and kind of federal restrictions and federal prohibition of what we can do at the state level, forget about at the municipal level. So I guess from a municipal level, what would having an FTE dedicated to these issues that are so entwined with federal policy, what would their workday look like? Or what would their job kind of description look like?
I mean, I can tell you what I've been doing, which is a lot of
we should just hire you.
coordination between Durham Public Schools, our county folks, our refugee resettlement organizations, El Centro Hispano, our community engagement folks in NIS. And what we're hearing is how little interaction these folks have with local government. There is a huge gap on what they can access or if they even know how to access it. And while they have paid staff in these organizations, they also have capacity issues. So this is essentially a kind of bridge building role and a coordinating role because there are so many moving pieces. And I would not have been, this last year has been really illuminating for me about, because we were in a COVID crisis, it kind of brought it to the forefront, but the need has been there for a while. And I am concerned about what's coming. I will name that. I think our resettlement organizations are going to have a really hard job because the federal administration, as you said, Mark Anthony, really kind of limited the work that they were able to do in the last 4 years. And so now the numbers are going to be increasing. While that's really great, it also, will very much shine a light on what the last 4 years at the federal level has done and the kind of impacts of those decisions and how they ripple out locally, even if it is a federal issue.
Well, I'm going to be totally transparent. I'm deferring greatly to your leadership and insights on this. I know what would be helpful to me would be to see perhaps an actual job description of what it would look like. But again, I'm deferring to your. I agree that this is a storm we know is coming, and a situation that we know is only going to thicken as we move forward. And I can't imagine a city other than Durham, doing something like this and being in position and actually codifying it within our org chart. But it would be helpful to me to see what this job would actually entail on a daily and weekly basis. But I'm certainly deferring to your leadership in this area. So thank you.
Happy to send that. Larger cities have entire departments. They have immigrant affairs departments. We are not New York City. We do not have that level of immigration. So that is why it is a position and not a full department ask.
Got you. Thank you.
Other comments on this? So I think that
Steve, I had a comment.
Okay, sorry, Charlie.
Thanks, Steve. I've shared these thoughts with Javier. So this is not the first time she's hearing this, but let me just share with the rest of my colleagues that I absolutely agree that we need more local government resources in this area. And Javier is 100% correct that as refugee caps have been raised by the new president, and rightly so, Durham will get the lion's share of those resettlements here in North Carolina. We're already a leader in the state in that area. My kids have gone to school. We went to Hope Valley. We go to Hope Valley Elementary, which is where a ton of resettled refugees end up. Steve and I went with the UN High Commissioner on Refugees to some programming at our school that's geared towards the refugee community and the kids that are part of that community in our school. It's amazing work. I guess my hesitation with this is not the need, is not the price tag. It's that when Javier describes what the position does, it sounds an awful lot like what DSS does, connecting people with resources, making sure that they are connected with the things that they're entitled to, support, encouragement. This is the position that seems to me to veer deeply into the county's lane. And although I have hesitation about that, and the position and the proposal is defined would have a split the cost, which I think is fair and good. I think what we've seen over the last year is a little bit of the blurring of the lines between the city and the county in terms of what we choose to fund and what we choose to do. A lot of the Back in the Bull campaign is really a public health. Most of the Back in the Bull campaign is a public health issue that we have spearheaded and funded, and because that work needs to get done. Totally understand that. And a little bit with the learning centers as well. And so that's where I am with it. I have this inner discomfort with doing it because it just seems so far out of our role. I think larger cities that have these positions and these departments don't have the city-county dichotomy that we do. And they have city departments that deal with this stuff as well. All of that is to say, I don't know how I feel about it. And that's and the other thing I'll say is that it's as the size of these requests go, it's pretty low on the cost side. In fact, I think it may be the lowest dollar item on here because we're splitting 84, that we're splitting that with the county. And I know it's contingent on them doing it. And so anyway, that's all I want to say about it. So I'm undecided. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Jillian.
Thank you. I think it would make sense to continue having the conversation with the county about the split position and come back to the Refugee and Immigrant Affairs Coordinator position if we are able to get the county engaged. I think it would make a lot of sense for it to be a joint city-county position. And I just don't know what the county is thinking right now. But if the county were to be excited about splitting the position, I would be supportive of the city putting in half. And also just want to express support for the request from Public Affairs for the Language Access Coordinator. That's something that we've been talking about through a number of budget cycles. And it's good to see that that's moving forward, and would definitely be a departmental request that I would be excited about supporting as well. Thanks. Oh, and Sal, can I go back real quick to salary equity? I just wanted to say, I think it's an awesome idea to do it in January 2024. I think there should be some sort of formal commitment to it so that whoever is in office in January 2024 already has the template, and it's not on them. So I don't know if that's a resolution or like programming into the budget in advance or something, but that we do something to ensure that those folks have a free pass to raise the salary, because we already decided, look, y'all, you're getting more money, and that it's committed so that anyone who's going to run for office in 2023 knows that when they come in, they're going to be getting a living wage for a full-time job.
Totally agree. And so when the staff brings that back to us, that's a great point. We need to figure out some way to formalize that. Colleagues, it's 10 after 1. Our stop time was 1. And just want to see if there are any of these other items that we want to discuss at this point. I don't want to shut anybody off, but I'm not seeing any. So you saw from Christina in the chat that if all of this took a tax increase, than what we've said we are supportive of so far, that would be a 0.16 of a penny. The housing bond is 1.38 roughly, so 1.54 would it about a penny and a half. Now, if this was all to be funded with tax increase, we don't know that we'll all be funded with tax increase, but I just wanted to give that perspective. Colleagues, I'm going to now turn to Bertha and ask her to wrap us up, or the manager.
I will turn it over to the manager for closing comments, as well as any council members' comments after the manager.
Thank you, Bertha. So, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, today has been a good day. We have discussed some very, very important topics, not just topics that are going to affect this 1 year's budget, but really the future of our city. As we continue to center racial equity in our organization and our community, and consider the systemic racism we live with today, it brings into focus how intentional we must all be in our deliberations and our decisions. If we find ourselves defaulting to something old out of expediency, maybe a master plan that may be a bit dated or needs a new and a different look, the kind of discussion that we've had today, it really gives us the freedom to do so. Even if it takes a little more time or costs a little more money to just get it right. You can count on us to do that though. In my opening remarks, you heard me say our team is always ready, willing, and able to bring new ideas to new situations, sometimes very quickly with a renewed focus. I will also add a new lens. We use this lens as we continue our work, and we have heard you today. We'll be back tomorrow with more reports and more discussion, culminating with the budget guideline discussion and document. And then our difficult work will begin. Again, I would like to thank staff here today who do this work every day and never give out of ideas and energy, because we love this community and public service is in our DNA. So we will see you here tomorrow.
Beautiful words. Thank you, Madam Manager. All right, colleagues, I will entertain any very brief remarks that you might want to make, and then we will call it an afternoon. Javiera?
I just very briefly want to thank staff for today, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Also to my colleagues for all of their really helpful insights and guidance today. And looking forward to next number 4.
Thank you so much. Mark Anthony.
I want to thank the staff as well, and just say I'm proud to be a part of this council on this day in particular.
Jillian.
Thank you. Just want to echo my colleagues' appreciations for all the work that staff did to get us through this meeting. And I feel really good about the choices that we made today and the conversations that we had. And looking forward to some more exciting discussions tomorrow.
Thank you. Charlie.
I just want to say how grateful I am that we decided to break these up, because these days are much, much better than 8 and 9 hour days. I can't, it's just been so much better. So thanks. I know we all rushed that recommendation straight to the head of the line when we started this. I think Javiera may have been the one who was loudest about it for some logistical reasons in her house. But I just want to say thanks to the staff. It's made a huge difference for me in staying focused and energized and making sure that I can actually get up and walk around a little bit during the day. So thanks, everybody.
I see Pierce's comment. This has been a wonderful first budget retreat experience. I agree. It's just, yeah. All right. Any other comments? Okay, I'll just say, Deidreana, go ahead.
Thank you. I also appreciate my colleagues and their comments. It helps to kind of color in all of the work that the staff has been doing. And I will say that I have to apologize for the last section. I was a little distracted with another meeting, but I do think that we're headed in the right direction. And, you know, a penny and a half doesn't feel as hard. And I'm still nervous. So we still gotta get through the rest of the season. But I look forward to having the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just add, great work by the staff as always. I don't always feel that we do as great work, but I thought today we were good. I really did. I thought, yeah, we're thinking, we're discussing, we brought a lot of good thought to it today, and I think we served our staff well, and I'm proud of us.
Steve, I don't know if Mark Anthony and I agree on the same idea right out of the bat that we had before the meeting and didn't tell each other about. That's scary. I just got to tell you, I don't know. That gives me some pause. But let's keep pushing forward.
I wasn't going to mention that. I was going to keep that off the agenda.
It's a good day.
Yeah. Other than that, we were good. Thank you, colleagues. A great day, and so grateful for our staff. Just an amazing staff. Thank you, budget staff, finance staff, public, our HR staff, Bo, David, JJ, Regina, everybody who presented today was just awesome. Sean got to get in the mix. So everybody, so grateful. We'll see you tomorrow at 9. Is that our time tomorrow, Bertha?
That is correct.
9 o'clock, and we're going to dig deep into the 911 calls, which is super exciting. Thank you so much.
Okay.
This
Goodbye.
meeting is adjourned.